Okay, Chair, over to you.
Okay. Your perseverance, please. This is the compulsory bit I've got to do, which will take some time. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this remote meeting of the City Plans Panel. My name is Councillor Jim McKenna, and will be chairing today's meeting. City Plans Panel deal with applications from the city centre, as well as the largest and most significant applications the council receive. The aim of the panel is to hear all the relevant information from applicants, members of the public, and council officers to help members of the panel make their decision. I would like to start the meeting by confirming that the meeting of the City Plans Panel meets the requirement of the council's constitution, even though members of the panel are in remote attendance. While items today will be fully discussed as usual, remote attendance require a few slight changes as to how I will manage the debate. Therefore, can all attendees mute their microphone unless I invite them to speak? This will avoid background disruption. Can all participants keep their camera on during the meeting? All participants will be invited to introduce themselves at the start of the public session to make it clear to public observers who will be involved in proceedings. I ask for your assistance and patience while I go through this process. In order to avoid any disruption to the meeting, should I lose internet connectivity, I propose we appoint a vice chair who would step in during my absence. And as usual, may I move Councillor Caroline Groon to fill that role?
Second, Chair.
Thank you. I'll take a vote by assuming your silence for approval. Okay, we've agreed that. Could I now invite members and officers to introduce themselves and mute your microphones once you've introduced yourself? I'll start in alphabetical order at the moment. I think, is David Blackburn here now? We'll come back to him. Councillor Campbell, is he present?
He's trying to get in, Chair, but he's having problems.
We'll come back to him. We've got Peter Carlisle. Peter.
Hi there, everyone. Councillor Peter Carlisle, Cavling Varley Ward.
Thank you. Councillor Dan Cohen.
Afternoon, everybody. Councillor Dan Cohen from the Alwood Ward.
Councillor Al Garthwaite, she's having problems as well, is she? Shall we give her a minute? Councillor Caroline Groon.
Hello, everyone. Councillor Caroline Gruen, Bramley and Stanningley Ward.
Councillor Peter Groon.
Good afternoon, everybody. Councillor Peter Gruen, representing Crossgates and Winmore Ward.
Thank you, Peter. Councillor Asghar Khan.
Hello, everyone. It's Councillor Asghar Khan for Bermondsey from Richmond Hill Ward.
Oh, good. I didn't think you were there for a minute. Well done. Councillor Graham Latty.
Good afternoon. Councillor Graham Latty, Guiseley and Rawdon Ward.
Councillor Elizabeth Nash.
Hello, Councillor Elizabeth Nash, representing Hunslet and Riverside Ward.
Thank you. Councillor Paul Wadsworth.
Good afternoon, Councillor Paul Wadsworth, representing Guiseley and Rawdon Ward.
And finally, Councillor Neil Walshaw.
Good afternoon, everybody. Councillor Neil Walshaw, Headingley and High Park Ward.
Lovely, thank you for that. We'll come back for the missing councillor sometime in the meeting. Starting with officers. David, would you introduce yourself, please?
Good afternoon, everybody. David Feeney, Chief Planning Officer for Leeds.
Thank you, David. Daljit.
Afternoon, everyone. Daljit Singh, Group Manager, Planning Services.
Thank you. Matt Walker. Is that Matt having trouble getting in? We'll move on. Sarah McMahon, please.
Good afternoon, Sarah McMahon, City Centre Planner.
Chris Briggs. No, Chris, we can come back. Tim Hart.
Afternoon, Tim Hart, City Centre Planning Team.
Thank you, Tim. Matt Hills.
Afternoon, Chair. It's actually Philippa Plumtree Varley as Principal Legal Officer for panel today. And in the event that my internet connection fails, I'm supported by my colleague, Nikki Dion. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you, Philippa. Nikki, please.
Thank you, Chair. As Pippa's just mentioned, I will be the support to the legal officer in the event of any connection issues.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Gillian MacLeod.
Good afternoon, everybody. Gillian MacLeod, Transport Development Services Manager.
Thank you, Gillian. Bearbury McKendrick, Access Officer.
Hello, Barbara McKendrick, Access Officer, Leeds City Council.
Brian Maguire, District Valuer. No? Pam?
Good afternoon, Pam Warburton, Services Team Manager. Cody Barker is actually in charge of the admin support today, and I'm her backup in case she has connection issues.
Brilliant, thank you. And finally on my list anyway, John Grieve.
Afternoon, everyone. John Grieve, Governance Services, and I'm clerk in today's meeting.
Okay. Moving on then, John, can we move to agenda item 1?
Under agenda item 1, there are no appeals against the refusal of the inspection of documents. Under item 2, there are no items which require the exclusion of the press or public. Under agenda item 3, I'm unaware of any late items of business. Under agenda item 4, could I ask members to declare any disclosable pecuniary interests? I see no indications of pecuniary interest, thank you. And I've received no apologies for absence, but I am aware members are experiencing difficulties in trying to get into the meeting.
Thank you, John. Can we then move on to the agenda, please? We start off item 6, minutes of the previous meeting held on the 25th of September. With your permission, I'll go through it in my usual way, starting on page 9. Please stop me if you want to raise anything. Page 10.
Chair, can I raise something? It's
you can.
Yeah. Page 10, second paragraph regarding possible oversupply of purpose-built student accommodation within the city centre. Has the Chief Planning Officer update on the draft report, where we are with that report, please?
Over to you, David.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I was just unmuting my microphone. The work is in hand, Chair, but we're yet to finalise it. We did some initial work a few months ago, but we're in the process of reviewing and updating that information at present. I mean, our understanding at the moment is that there's still demand in the market, but clearly there are some uncertainties given the circumstances we find ourselves in. But we are working on the technical work, Chair, and we will be taking that forward to Development Plan Panel at the appropriate time.
Thank you, David. Can I move on to page 11 then? Page 12. Page 13.
Yes, I have a point to raise. I did ask at the last meeting, which is detailed actually on page 12, but the answer is on page 13. Whether Hackney carriage taxis were allowed to pick up and drop off at the airport, and I was assured that that was the case. What was not said was that Hackney carriages have to pay for that privilege, and when they have paid for that privilege, the pickup point is nowhere near the entrance. At the last meeting also, it was rather skated over. The airport proposed to remove the hours of free parking for people who are using the airport and maybe picking up relatives or dropping off relatives. And the reason was that they prefer people to use public transport. Well, that would be great if there were public transport from all over the city, but as you know, there isn't. And the airport buses stop before 11 o'clock, and they don't start as early as 6 o'clock in the morning. So I do think further clarification needs to be taken on that.
Okay, Liz, on the next page, some of those issues are mentioned again. They are issues that need to be clarified, and perhaps the appropriate time to do it was when the application comes back to us for determination. But all the members' comments like yours have been recorded and captured.
Yeah, this is just really a reminder that that has to happen.
Nothing wrong with a reminder, Liz. Thank you. So if we can go on to page 14 then. And as you can see, a member has requested that the existing 1 hour free car parking needs to be retained. I believe that was Councillor Colin Campbell. Anything else on 14? Finally, page 15 then. Okay, can we accept them as a true record? I see nods all around. Yes, we'll do that. Any more matters arising relating to this? I take silence as no, and I'll move on to yet more minutes. And we're now going to Thursday, the 1st of October, 2020. And again, I'll go through it page by page with your permission. Page 17. Page 18. Page 19. Page 20. Page 21. Page 22. Page 23. Page 24. And finally, page 25. Can we accept them as a true record? Yep, I see nods again.
Yeah.
Okay, any matters arising? I see no matters arising. Can I welcome Councillor Al Garthwaite to the meeting? Would you like to introduce yourself, please, Councillor Garthwaite?
Yes, good afternoon. Councillor Al Garthwaite, Councillor for Headingley and Hyde Park.
Okay, moving on. Yes, moving on to agenda item 8. Who's the presenting planning officer, Dalja? Is it Matt Walker?
No, I'll be presenting this, Chair.
Okay, well, do so when you're ready, please.
Okay, thank you. Cody, if I can have the slides up, please. And if you can move through to slide 4. Thank you. The application that is on the agenda is seeking retrospective planning permission for the unauthorised use of a cleared site for surface car parking for a nearby office use. The site is located on the northern edge of the designated city centre, and it's outlined in red on the slide before you. It's bounded by North Street to the east, which is a main route into town, and Sheepscar Grove to the west, with industrial and commercial uses immediately to the north and south. We can go on to the next slide, please. This is a closer view of the site. The site comprises a 950 square metre area of land, and the site is unallocated in the development plan. We can go on to the next one, please. The proposal is for a 27 space surface car park, arranged as shown on this slide with access off Sheepscar Grove. 21 of the spaces would be for standard car parking, and 6 of the spaces are shown as car share bays. If we can go on to the next one, please, Cody. This slide shows the relationship between the location of the surface car park, which is outlined in red, and the office use at Northgate House, where the employees that the car park serves are located, and that's outlined in blue on the slide. You can go on to the next one, please. This is a photograph of the car park entrance. It was taken at the beginning of October, the week commencing the 12th of October. The site is currently laid out in a 42 space format. There's a row of tandem car parking at the far end. However, the proposal would be to reduce this to 27 spaces. The site is bounded by palisade fencing. Lighting has been installed, and pedestrians and vehicles share the same entrance and exit point on this photograph. Thank you, Cody. Next slide, please. This is an image of the Northgate offices. To the left of the picture, we can just make out the Skinner Lane junction leading to Sheepscar Grove and the car park. The building has multiple tenants. Park Lane Group, who are the applicant, have 48 employees based at the building, and they have access to 5 parking spaces within the basement of the building, which is in line with the council's maximum parking standards for office uses in this location. The office is typically open between 8 AM and 6 PM. Thank you. Next slide, please. This is a photograph taken along North Street towards the city. The car park is shown on the left, outlined in red. You can go on to the next one, please. And this is a photograph taken northwards in the opposite direction along North Street towards Sheepscar Interchange. The car park again is shown in red with the palisade metal fencing. Beyond the car park are industrial units, low-rise industrial units. There is a Grade 2 listed building, the Eagle Tavern, which is on you can just make out on the right-hand side of the photograph, beyond the industrial buildings. If you can go on to the next slide, please. This slide shows a series of public car parks which are located within 400 metres, 600 metres and 1 kilometre radius of the application site. The application site is coloured in solid red, and the coloured concentric rings show the distances in terms of the radius. The list or the location of public car parks is not comprehensive. It's just intended to show the main car parks and those with the higher capacities. The total capacity of car parking in the car parks shown on this slide is approximately 4,600 parking spaces. If we can go on to the next slide, please, Cody. This slide shows bus stops and services within the vicinity of the site, which again is marked in red. The services are available from North Street, Regent Street, Lovell Park Road, Roseville Road and Skinner Lane. The purple pins indicate bus stops closer to the core of the city centre. To give some idea of distance, the northernmost bus stop on Vicar Lane, and Vicar Lane is marked on the slide, is 0.3 miles from the Northgate House offices, which are identified in light blue. If we can go on to the next slide, please, Cody. And this final slide shows the wide range of on-street parking controls which are in operation close to the application site. The yellow, orange and solid blue lines indicate no waiting restrictions. The hatched blue lines are pay and display bays, whilst the green dotted areas designate resident permit parking zones. In terms of the application itself, As detailed in the report, the Council's adopted transport strategy and policies seek to control the use and supply of private car parking in order to encourage use of more sustainable modes of transport, particularly in central locations such as this. The policies also aim to minimise road congestion and help achieve wider environmental aims. In particular, the policies seek to limit the growth of commuter car parking and private non-residential parking by setting restrictive maximum parking standards for developments. In this case, the proposals for 27 additional car parking spaces would significantly exceed the maximum 5 parking spaces allowed by the Council's adopted policies, and which are already available within the Northgate office site. Therefore, the proposal falls foul of the Council's adopted transport policies. The applicant, as members will have noted from the report, is making a case that the proposed car parking should be allowed based on a number of factors, but including the nature of their nationwide business operation. Because the car park is not a public car park and the parking is only available for the employees and managed on that basis, and because the car park use will be temporary, and this temporary use would allow bedding in of travel plan measures to help reduce the business's dependency on car travel. In response to those factors, as detailed in the report, officers consider that the office use is not unique in being part of a national business organisation where employees need to travel frequently between sites. The Council's restrictive car parking policies don't just apply to public parking, they apply to all parking, including private parking. And in terms of the temporary nature of the use, whilst it's accepted that will be temporary and not long term, it still in effect will sterilise the regeneration of a prominent brownfield site for 5 years on a main route into town, and the availability of free parking on that site would, in our view, undermine the success of promoting more sustainable travel options which are readily available in this area. As a result, officers are recommending that the application is refused. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Daljit. We have 2 speakers in support of the application: local ward councillor, Councillor Abigail Marshall-Katung, and David Smith from the applicant, I believe, applicant's representative. As you know, Abby, you have 4 minutes to speak. So, do you wish to divide it up 2 minutes apiece, or how do you want to deal with it?
Thank you, Chair. I think it's David Smith here. I think I'll speak for roughly 3 minutes, and then Abigail will hopefully wrap it up in a minute or a minute and a half.
Okay, let's do that then. When you're ready, David.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. Officer's report to panel is a detailed and balanced assessment of the application, and we can understand how officers have reached their conclusion on it. However, our case is that Park Lane Group's operating requirements mean that some flexibility is appropriate in this instance. And the flexible approach is consistent with policy LPP 3, which was permissive of a temporary car park in this fringe area. Park Lane Group consolidated their business operations at Northgate in late 2018, and they acknowledge and apologise for not applying for permission at the time for use of the car park. It was an oversight, basically, as they owned the site, and they began using it when they moved into Northgate. And due to the nature of Park Lane's business, they require higher than average car parking. The company is developing and managing properties in London, Edinburgh, Manchester, Newcastle, Nottingham, Liverpool, Lincoln, Sheffield, Chester, Birmingham, Belfast and Plymouth, as well as across Europe. The staff based at headquarters at Northgate work across Park Lane Group's brands and need to frequently have meetings with colleagues based on site, sometimes at short notice. Also, in normal times, there are many visitors to head office who require parking, and more recently, the car park has enabled the business to adapt to COVID-19 circumstances. On-street parking at Northgate is inadequate, and utilising alternative public car parks is not practical. Forcing Park Lane Group staff to utilise these alternative car parks would not realise any environmental benefits. The proposal, as you've heard, will provide 21 spaces and 6 car sharing spaces. It will allow Park Lane Group to implement a travel plan, which has been signed off by TravelWise, and they will also provide some electric vehicle charging points. There's been no objections to this application. We consider it relatively uncontentious in our view. Turning to policy LPP3, it's important to note that the policy encourages a flexible approach, and each case should be judged on its merits. And our analysis has proved that there are no other comparable businesses in this part of the city, and we consider the proposal meets the criteria of the policy for the following reasons. The location of Park Lane Group's headquarters is clearly less central than a city centre office, making use of public transport difficult and less practical. The limited number of trips generated by the 27 spaces in the car park would not lead to an adverse impact on highways efficiency. There's not been a significant increase in public transport capacity in the immediate vicinity. The temporary use of the car park is not considered to harm visual amenities in the area. The vast majority of nearby industrial commercial premises have surface car parking, and the site will be redeveloped in the future by Park Lane Group. We note the statistics presented by officers on crime in the area. However, Councillor Marshall acknowledges the concerns of Park Lane Group in this regard, and Park Lane Group has a strict policy of no lone walking to the car park during winter months after 5:30 for good reason, and prohibiting use of the car park would clearly make it more difficult to manage this risk to staff safety. So we request member support for the application. I'll now hand over to Councillor Marshall.
Thank you, David. Abigail.
Thank you very much. Abigail Marshall Cutting is my name, elected member for Little London, Woodhouse and the City Centre, and supporting this application for the Park Lane Group and the White Star parking. Without going over what David has already said, my ward suffers from parking issues. Obviously, being a city centre member as well with lots of businesses, this is an issue that we have with so many businesses. And with Park Lane having this space dedicated for their staff is only a value added benefit to their staff. And obviously with all the criteria and the kind of work that David has already mentioned in terms of going to and fro to all their different respective branches and offices where they have to work from. Now, I would always say that my ward suffers from high levels of crime as well, and it is a point of concern for safety for the Park Lane Group, and I can understand why they're wanting this dedicated parking. And they're also asking for a temporary solution. It's not a permanent thing. This is a space that they own, and hopefully in the future, they do intend to develop the land. The site works have improved the visual amenities of the street scene rather than detracted from them. I would also like to specifically tell you about the economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic that has resulted in severe economic impact on a number of businesses, of which Park Lane Group is one of them. The nature of the applicant's business includes the management of leisure and accommodation. Which can
you finish, Abigail?
Yeah,
I'm sure some of this can come out in questions to you,
yeah,
so you probably won't miss out.
Please, yeah, at this time, the COVID-19 has actually affected this business, and this particular business during the COVID-19 response in our ward, they have opened their doors. They have opened to so many charities, to homeless people in the ward, ensuring that residents are well looked after. And I think we should actually grant permission for them to have this parking. Thank you.
Thank you, Abigail. Can I now invite members to ask any questions they may have to Abigail or David? Could you put your hands up if you can? I'll start with you, Dan. I might say it might be difficult to see you all, so please chip in if I don't see you. Go ahead, Dan.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Thung, you were explaining in some detail about why it's so important particularly at the moment, given the COVID situation, obviously the impracticality of using public transport. Perhaps you could just expand on that a little bit, because obviously we all have the environmental factors very much in our minds, but can you just explain why, in your view, why this is overweighed because of what's going on at the moment and the impact on this important business in your ward.
Thanks, Dan.
Well, thank
Please,
you. Well,
Abigail.
yeah, currently, I mean, we are with the disease, and with all of us knowing that we are facing a disease that nobody can see. We are with social distancing and public transport. A lot of people are very wary about that. So as much as we are saying to people in terms of, you know, taking public transport, walking, cycling, at the same time, we know the reality is a lot of people are wary of going into public transport, and they would rather and prefer for safety to use their own vehicles, and which is the case with this business at this moment in time, especially when they're having to move from one city to another, or from one place, one site, one part of the city to another part of the city.
Thank you, Abigail. Councillor Khan. Asgar?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My question...
Got you, Peter.
I'll give my way to Peter first. Then.
Okay. Councillor Gruen.
Thank you both. My question is to David. I'd like you to give us a straightforward response in terms of to what extent is this car park for commuting purposes, and for what extent is it what you would classify as essential travel, as Councillor Marshall has said, between different sites? And if you're hanging a lot of this on COVID, isn't 5 years a long time to have a temporary approval? Would you settle for a smaller length of time?
Thank you, Peter. David?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Gruen. To answer the first or the second element of your question first, I appreciate 5 years can seem like a long period. I think there would be some room to reduce that period. In terms of the first element, there was a survey done by TPS Transport Consultants in July last year of the staff to understand how they use the car park and whether it's related to their business needs or commuting. And that found that over 50% of the staff use the car park for business needs twice a week or more. Some staff use it occasionally, some are less, you know, they use it once a week perhaps. So I think it's fair to say that over half the staff, you know, use it frequently during the week for those business needs. Obviously that was a survey done outside of the lockdown situation in July last year. So hopefully those 2 points answer your question.
Thanks, David.
Thank you.
Councillor Khan.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Peter, for raising those. Mine was exactly the same question on the timescale. Can it be reduced from 5 years to less than 5 years, the car park? So you already answered it. Thank you.
Okay. Any more questions from members? I can't see any hands at the moment. Do I take that as a no? Okay, can we move on then? Questions to Daljit, please, from members. Are there any questions?
Yes, I've clicked onto the blue hand, but you obviously didn't see it. The reason for the policy of trying to cut down on commuter traffic into the city of Leeds was obviously to avoid congestion, but it was the air pollution that this congestion caused. Well, clearly at the moment, with many people working from home, we're not suffering this congestion. So do you think then it would be reasonable to have a shorter time to give permission for example, 3 years, when hopefully the pandemic will be over, and then the panel could review the situation again.
Okay, well, that's to officers. So, Daljer, do you want to comment?
Yes,
that is,
happy to comment.
that was a question to Daljer.
Yeah, it was a question to Daljer. Okay.
Yeah. We have considered this, members, whether a temporary timescale, even less than 5 years, would be appropriate. And we have considered the issue of the impact of COVID. But ultimately, we have a long-standing and a long-term transport strategy. And the objective of the transport strategy is really to recognise that we can't continue to meet the demand for private car park use. The use of private car will always be considered more convenient, cheaper, and preferable for a number of society reasons over more sustainable modes of transport. But the more sustainable modes of transport is what we need to improve air quality, to reduce traffic and highway congestion, and to meet our sustainability targets, environmental targets. And this, notwithstanding COVID, which none of us know what the long-term implications of that will be, this proposal would undermine the principle of those long-standing policies. So it really is a question of principle. The policies that we've adopted, where we can consider some commuter car parking or private non-residential car parking on the fringes of city centre, was really meant to be for areas where there isn't very good public transport, where there's currently significant on-street parking and traffic highway amenity issues, or where there are other environmental problems arising as a result of the car parking in the area. That's not the case in this particular location. So that's the reason why we're coming with the recommendation we are, members. Thank you.
Thank you, Daljer. I saw Councillor Peter Carlill's hand. Peter?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think on sort of a similar note on that, obviously, the cars are in the car park at the moment, and it's obviously being well used. We're seeing, as far as I understand it from the papers, a reduction in what original car parking was proposed on the site, and the provision of car club spaces as well. And if you could confirm, Daljer, I think an electric charging point at the same time. I'm balancing up in this, obviously. I agree with Abigail on one matter on this, that if this car park permission is revoked, these cars will still come into the city centre and find somewhere else to park, possibly in the surrounding area. And that really, obviously, I have great support for the transport strategy, and I'm always an advocate of that. But I think what I'm weighing up in my mind in this case is whether the best thing is to work with the applicant and see how we can move them to more sustainable transport, which will obviously take time. That might be through electric vehicles at first to solve the air quality problems, as Councillor Nash said, or it may be through working with them to see how they could use shared cars more. One thing that's obviously Car Club is probably a concern for people to get in a shared vehicle at the moment as well, which is a real shame for where we're moving. I just wonder whether you'd be able to comment, Daljer, on how far the applicant has come since their initial discussions with us, whether you feel there's further we could go in allowing the use of this car park for a set amount of time that would help the applicant to meet some of the more sustainable goals and work in a more sustainable way with their vehicles through the travel plan and such, that may then in fact give a better result at the end of the period, because I am concerned that we'll just be moving these cars to another car park, whereas actually our aim is to reduce the amount of cars in the city centre, and I am inclined to have some flexibility and some understanding at this time with the applicant.
Daljeet?
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Carlisle. I think the applicant in the negotiations have recognised the council's position. Originally, they came in seeking a permanent consent. During the course of discussions, they've submitted a travel plan and gone to a temporary consent, and that's recognised. But our experience is that having a car park, free car parking available, makes it much more difficult to establish good travel habits in terms of sustainable travel options. Makes it much more difficult to achieve those targets. The other point is that in this area there are widespread on-street parking controls, and car parking is part of the transport strategy. We're not saying that there should be no car parking available in the city centre. It's just that the levels we have, we can't keep growing sustainably without causing real environmental harm. So there are significant public car parking facilities available in the area, and there are widespread on-street parking controls which prevent adverse issues arising here. So those car trips, if employees still want to make them, can be catered for, but in an acceptable way without creating local problems. So that's the nature of the discussions we've had with the applicant.
Thank you, Daljeet. Pippa, did I see your hand to speak?
Apologies, Chair, I was wafting a fly away.
Oh, sorry about that. Councillor Khan, Asghar Khan, please. I can come back to him. Any other members? I'm not seeing any hands on my screen. It's too complicated. There are 38 people on this call, so I'll need 4 different movements of the screen. So please speak up if you want to speak, if you want to ask a question to officers.
Mr. Varley and Caroline Gruen both have their hands up, Chair.
Oh, thank you. Oh, please.
It's a quick question, actually. I was waiting for the comments, Chair, but on the basis of what Daljeet has just explained to us, what is more acceptable, Daljeet, about the cars that would have been on the car park parking elsewhere? Why is that more acceptable than them parking on this car park?
Daljeet?
Simply, we're not growing the existing level of car parking. Those car parking spaces, public car parks, or whether they're in privately run or publicly run, or whether it's publicly available parking on the street in designated bays, they're there already. So we're not growing the existing level of car parking. By allowing additional parking above our maximum standards, we're allowing a growth in car parking levels, which then causes the environmental and highway congestion problems. So it's a matter of policy principle and strategy, and we have to be consistent in our decision making in terms of this site and all the other sites and businesses in the city centre as well.
Thank you, Daljeet.
Okay. Was it Steve Varley to speak?
Put his hand down, Chair.
He's put his hand down. Okay.
Sorry, no, Chair, I didn't put a hand up. It must be a IT issue. Thank you.
Okay, you were waffling a fly away like Pippa, were you? Okay, can we move to comments from members, please? Can I see any hands? Councillor Nash and Councillor Latte and Al. Peter. Okay, you're all together. Councillor Nash first.
Well, we've got this very serious pandemic on our hands at the moment. And if it weren't for that, I would be 100% all the way with Daljeet and the council policy of not encouraging more vehicles to come into Leeds. Before the pandemic started, although I pay for the use of the car park at the rear of the Civic Hall, I did use the bus whenever I could. But then when lockdown started, I have been to the city centre only 3 times, and each time I used my car because I did not want to travel on a bus. Therefore, I don't think it's right that I should impose on any other employee who feels the same as I do to say no to a temporary car park. Now, as I said, if this was to be permanent, then I couldn't agree. But I think we ought to give temporary permission for not 5 years, heavens above. I hope we're out of the pandemic within 5 years. But I think we ought to decide on a shorter time and give that temporary permission.
Thank you, Liz. Members seem to be leaning towards a shorter permission. Do you want to propose a number of years? 2, 3 have been mentioned.
Well, I don't know how long the car park's been there and been in use at the moment. When did it open?
Daljeet or David, perhaps you can tell us that. David?
I think it's been there 2 years at least. But David can confirm.
Yeah, I think it's the end of 2018. So I think basically, what's that?
2 years.
All of 2019. Yeah, well, not yeah, getting close to
Coming
2
up
years.
to 2 years, yes.
Yeah.
Back to you, Liz. Okay, well, let's see. You've gone silent, Liz. I can't hear you. You're muted.
I think it would be reasonable, therefore, if they've had 2 years, to give 3 years. And then if the pandemic's still on, well, we'll have to rethink it. But during this time, I propose 3 years and hope that the virus has gone and there are other alternative arrangements.
Thank you, Liz. That's a good starting point. Can I bring in Councillor Gruen now, please?
Hang on a minute.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
I was next.
Well, I'm not seeing it in that order, but I'm happy for you to speak, Graham. I have Councillor Gruen, yourself, and Al Garthwaite to speak.
Well, I'll follow Councillor Khan's earlier tradition, and I'll give way to Councillor Latty, and I'll come in after him.
Okay, Graham, please speak.
Right. Sorry to be awkward, but you know, it was Liz and myself that you said were speaking.
Okay.
Right. This is a regularisation of what's happening. The car park's already in use. As you know, I am not a supporter of the council's policy in terms of car parking, and I think that the loss of car parks is one of the tragedies of the city. But given the circumstances that we're in now, COVID isn't going to go on forever, but it's here with us now. So we have got a situation where the government is discouraging people from using public transport and saying use private car. Who are we to oppose that? I really do believe we should give permission for this. I'm happy to go along with a shorter period if the panel decides that, but I really do not agree with the proposal as it stands.
Thank you, Graham. Peter now.
Well, I think my comments are very much in line with what Liz has said. As you could tell from my question earlier on,
yep.
I think officers are absolutely 100% right in the decision, in the recommendation they are making, because they are here to guide us in terms of policy and to make sure we don't stray too far away from that. I think at the moment, the only comment in addition to what Liz has said I'd make is businesses have enough to contend with already, and we should be as helpful and as mindful as we possibly can be. And for that reason, I would go along with a shorter period. I want to clarify through you, Chair, when we say 3 years, it isn't they've had 2 years already and they can have 1 more year. It's 3 years.
From now, yes.
Yeah, from now. I just want to clarify that so we don't end up with something different. But I'd be very happy to go along with the 3 years and ask officers to work with the applicant for more cycling and more green environmental policies as they go along. So it's not, this is it, folks, you've got an escape clause here, don't do anything for 3 years, actually work with us as you have been doing. But I'm happy with 3 years temporary.
Thank you, Peter. That's very sensible. I'll take that moved by Liz and seconded by you for 3 years extension from today's date, whenever it is, 22nd of October. I know Al's had a hand up, so I'll certainly bring you in, Liz. Al, please.
Yes, I just want to say a word for public transport. I am a public transport user. I do some essential travel with childcare on the train quite frequently. I also use the bus. And in my opinion, public transport operators have done a wonderful job in making the experience as safe, as clean, and as comfortable as they possibly can. You can't legislate against the occasional idiot who wants to transgress the rules. But again, in my experience, this is jumped on very fast and the issue is dealt with. And to be quite honest, I feel quite often safer there than I do in some local shops, for example, that I might go into, although of course a lot of them are good. So I also think that a lot of people have no option but to use public transport to get to and from their jobs. They have not got cars. I'm in the fortunate position that I have got one, but I don't use it unless I feel that I really need to. But I don't want to make those people think that councillors are saying that they are risking their lives and putting themselves in extreme danger every time they might stand at the bus stop. I think this is wrong. You know, I'm all for public transport. I think it's a wonderful thing. And I really don't want to see it so put down all the time. Having said that, I can see there are special issues in this case that are more than public transport. And I do accept that some people may have health issues that make it, in their eyes, impossible to use. But it's a very difficult one, this altogether. But really, my point was about public transport.
Thank you, Alan, and very well made it was too. Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak?
Chair, if I may, on the side panel, councillors Blackburn, Carlisle and myself indicated in that order, Chair.
Okay, then we'll start with you, Dan. Thank you for assisting me.
They were before me, Chair.
It works better on an iPad, you know, than it does on a computer. Go on.
Very kind, Chair.
I don't mind which order you speak in.
Oh, bless. And Councillor Carnes just put his hand up this very second as well.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair, for bringing me in. I very much support the proposal. I must confess, I would have lived with 5 years in the circumstances. I think it could well be 5 years till all of the ramifications of what we are going through could be seen off. And I think you know, having a thriving business in the city, contributing to the local economy is really important. That said, you know, I would be comfortable with 5 years. That said, I think 3 years is a very sensible compromise. I would, though, I would like to make an observation, and it was something Councillor Carlisle said. He said, if we remove the car park, the cars will still come into the city centre. I think that's a very observant point. And may I say, on an unrelated matter, therefore, I think it's the same with planes and people. I'll leave that there, Chair. Okay,
thank you. Peter, please.
Thank you. I'm glad Dan spoke first, actually, now. I think I'll make it clear I'm speaking in this particular case. The cars are there, and removing the car park I don't think is going to help us work with the company in question in order to make changes there. Just one of the points I was going to make was actually I'll second Councillor Garthwaite's thoughts on that. There's no evidence that public transport is not safe to use at the moment. And I would encourage everyone, like Councillor Nash, I've been to the city centre, I think twice since March. Once I went on the train, and the other time I went on the bus, and I went to, in fact, launch the new electric buses on the number 5 route in Halton, which I can get in there. So completely support the use of sustainable transport. Where that doesn't work for people is if they've got a number of different places to visit in one day. And I think this is a business where in many cases we're not seeing people come into the city centre in the morning and then drive out at 5 o'clock. That is why I'm being flexible. I think in this case there are people here who will need to make multiple journeys to multiple destinations, as far as I've seen in the report, within the day, and we need to help them do that sustainably and work with them. I think if we purely remove the car park that is there at present, then that in a way negates our ability to work with them to a more positive, sustainable transport method. So that's where I am in this case. So I would support working with them, and I just wonder, in terms of that, how we can work with them on the travel plan, and what, if we were to grant permission for 3 years, what conditions could we put in to ensure that within 3 years we're not looking at an application coming back and find that the use of car parking on the site is exactly the same as it was at present. I think that's it. Really, we are aiming for change in this place. We understand that now's a difficult place to put it in, and it is difficult for us to expect that the business will change their habits immediately. But what guarantees, I think, can we put in any of the conditions or alongside the travel plan to make sure that we do see over that 3 years some move towards sustainable transport?
Thank you, Peter. Very wise. I just got into a panic there. I've got the NHS on the app, and they said, no need to worry, we've assessed and you're clear. I mean, why tell me that? Anyway, I think we're coming to a consensus. I'm conscious that a couple of councillors want to speak, but unless you want to do an alternative view, can I suggest we might just go to the vote? No.
Yeah, I want to put an alternative view.
Okay,
Councillor
David.
Blackburn. Yeah.
Oh, welcome, David.
Right. I'll introduce myself as well, because I had trouble getting in,
please.
And I got in off my iPad instead of my laptop. But anyway, it's Councillor Labour Blackburn, Farnham and Wortley. For those who don't know me, the issue is, as I see it, is we are suggesting something that accepting something that breaches policy, and quite honestly, if we do it here, other people are going to come along and want the same. And I do not see the use of COVID for the purposes of saying, oh, well, things are different because of that, which may well be gone back in a year's time if we got a vaccine, is a good excuse, because I just think what we're doing is we're opening floodgates. So I can't support it.
Okay, David, thank you for that frank comment. Liz, can I ask you to move it again, please, and we'll proceed to the vote? Councillor Nash?
Yeah,
Chair, we've got Councillor Khan wanting to speak.
All right.
Okay, Councillor Khan, do come in.
Yeah, Chair, just briefly, I represent Bermontos Richmond Hill Ward, and that's neighbouring to Little London Woodhouse, where the application is for car park. And I know the issues on street parking within that Bermontos area. And I'm happy to support the proposal, Councillor Nash's proposal. And I think what Councillor Carlisle says, is there any chance, I mean, after the 3 years, if we turn around, there's going to be parking still there, can we review it after 2 years to make it 5 years?
Okay, well, let's come to our decision first, and then Daljeet will be summing up and taking those points into consideration and suggesting a way forward, depending how members vote. Al.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, Chair. I meant to say this as part of my previous contribution, but I got carried away by talking about public transport. I'd also like to say that I do go frequently to the city centre, and I find the city centre shops are extremely good and very safe, and that the city centre should not be shunned either. as a frightening and alarming and dangerous place at all. The market's done a very good job. All the shops have. I can't speak too highly of them. And I think the city centre is a good place to be. Thank you.
Thank you all again, once more. Thank you. Liz, over to you, please. Do you want to move 3 years?
Yes, I will move an extension for 3 years. And I should just like the opportunity to say I agree with everything Al says, but I don't think we can impose on people the way that they do choose to travel under these circumstances. But I move 3 years extension.
Thank you, Liz. Peter, are you still seconding?
Yes, very happy to second, Chair.
Okay, then shall I go through you one by one as usual, starting with Councillor Blackburn?
Against.
Okay, is Councillor Campbell here?
Yes, I've managed to get it to work, Chair.
Oh, lovely. welcome. You could come in and introduce yourself first.
All right. Well, Councillor Campbell out here at Otley. Very limited in Zoom accessibility at the moment for some reason. So I may drop off again at some point. Yes, I'm more than happy to support Councillor Nash's proposal.
Thank you. Peter Cllr?
Yes, Chair, happy to support. I'd like Daljit to give some thought to the conditions when he sums up.
Thank you. We will do that. Councillor Cohen?
Support, Chair.
Al Garthwaite?
Sorry. Yes, rather unhappily supporting.
Councillor Caroline Groon?
Yes, I'm supporting, and I would also like us to come up with some sort of guarantee of some progress towards becoming more sustainable. Thank you.
Peter Groon?
Support.
Councillor Khan?
Happy to support, Chair.
Councillor Latty?
I'm in favour.
Councillor Nash? You muted, Liz.
Yes, but.
Councillor Paul Wadsworth?
Usually I support Councillor Nash on this occasion.
Oh, well done. Councillor Walshaw?
Thanks, Chair. Support, but very much that it's only on the proviso that it's temporary and only because of the current unpleasantness. If this had come to us in normal times, it would have been a firm no from me.
My turn now. Yes, I echo those words. I thank officers Daljit and his team for bringing this forward. It's quite right that our recommendation should have been a refusal, but it's been a good debate and there's been understanding about the nature of this firm and COVID. But I'd say to them 3 years, David, does mean 3 years. And with that, I shall vote in favour. That clearly is carried with 1 against. Daljit, please, can you sum up?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the following debate, the members have decided to change the officer recommendation. The recommendation is to approve the application for a temporary period of 3 years. I believe it's subject to ensuring that there's a robust travel plan and robust travel plan measures are agreed, and those can be controlled by a condition. And as per our normal policy, we would normally agree a monitoring fee so that our travel-wise colleagues can monitor progress through that 3-year period on the measures that are agreed, and that will be done before determination. But I'm sure members will be happy for that to be delegated to officers. And on that basis, the recommendation has been carried. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Daljit. Can we move on now to agenda item 9? And can I thank, okay, we started. While I can still speak, can I thank Council Marshal Katung and David for coming along, and you may leave now if you want to, or you can stay. We don't mind.
Thank you very much. We will leave. Thank you all.
I'll leave as well. Thank you.
Thank you. When you're ready, Sarah.
Thank you, Chair.
Members will recall looking at this scheme and making their decision on it back in July. However, that decision was subject to us bringing it back to explore the potential for a ramp option to make sure that all possible accessibility options have been addressed. So this is what we are here to show you today. We've also asked the applicant about their consultation since the application came in, because that was something that came through strongly in members' comments, as well as the exploration of a ramp. And there has been, as you see in paragraph 8.16 of the report, there's been some considerable consultation in terms of accessibility groups, and the applicants group have met with a number of those. So they've met with the Network Rail's built environment and accessibility panel. They've re-met with a subgroup of the access and usability group, which was a member of that was represented at panel last time and spoke. They've also met with the Leeds Disability Organisation, and they've established, with the help of officers involved in access and our access officer in particular, they've established an inclusive design group, which is basically a group that's trying to represent all protected characteristics except transgender. And as you can see, that's in the report in terms of detailing what groups have been brought into that. And they've established that and met. And this will be an ongoing process for them. This isn't just like they've met once and that's it. They've got a rolling process of meeting and continuing consultation with these groups to make sure that they're covering all the key protected characteristics areas for people, and making sure that everybody's getting a voice in this. They've also continued to meet with WICA, Unite the Union and the Joint Trade Council to address that side of it and look at make sure the taxis are involved and the representation for the taxis and the taxi businesses are involved as well. Can we have the next slide, please? And the next one. So this is the site. You'll recall the red line boundary. I'm not going to go through the whole scheme again, because obviously we're back to focus on the ramped option, and the recommendation last time was to agree. The recommendation was to agree the scheme subject to this ramp issue, and to give members an opportunity to explore that with us and understand what the opportunities and constraints are. Next slide, please. So just to refresh everybody's memory about the site, it covers New Station Street and Bishopgate Street in this instance, and that's the area we're concerned with. So we can see here the Queen's Hotel portico, and then down Bishopgate Street, you can see the change in levels, which is quite significant. It drops down as you go down to the Neville Street Bridge. And you can see that a retaining wall of New Station Street. Again, you can see how there's a massive levels change, which is where the steps and lift of the previous original application is going to be cited. So if we move on to the next slide. So this, just to refresh your memories again, is the original scheme and the layout for that. So the proposal, as you recall, is for a series of broad steps and two large passenger lifts to take you from the New Station Street Plaza area, which will be an upgraded area, down to Bishopgate Street to the taxi rank and beyond to wherever you want to go. Because of the level changes here, we have to give consideration to Part M of the building regulations in this, and Part M states an alternative means of access for wheelchair users, e.g. a lift, when the total rise is greater than 2 meters is a requirement. Now here, because of the fall in land, we've got a change from approximately 1.2 meters at the shortest height to about 3.7 meters at the tallest as we run down the street. So in this instance, it's the applicant and officer's consideration, including building control and our access officer, that as well as if we did approve a ramp, we would also still need to have the steps and the lifts as well. So it would be a matter of having all of them in that instance. If we can have the next slide, please. And that's just the other part of the red line boundaries. That's just the bit under Dark Neville Street and Neville Street Bridge, just to indicate that that's still within the red line boundary, but it's not really affected by what we're looking at today. Next slide, please. So this, and hoping, I know it's really probably very small on everybody's screens, this and the following plans, but I'm hoping you can see this and have been able to interrogate this more in the panel report appendices. This is showing you what the constraints are of the site in terms of where there any opportunities for a ramp have been considered. So we've got 2 locations here as a result of that, and they're in that kind of pale green. We've got a number of constraints existing. So we've got the Milgate structure which sits behind, which is where the new cycle hub is to be, and the walls, the structural walls of that. We've got the property belonging to the Queen's Hotel, and you can see all the little rooms in blue in there. There's corridors and rooms in there. There's also windows that face out onto this Bishopgate Street, which are part of the Queen's Hotel demise. And there's also their loading and goods area and entrance, which is on that street. So that means ultimately that we've ended up with these 2 locations. So the 2 locations are where we've got the steps and platform lift proposed, not platform lifts, passenger lifts, sorry, proposed. And then also to the top of this slide, where it sits adjacent to the portico of the Queen's Hotel, where New Station Street meets City Square. Move on to the next slide, please. So the first potential ramp option is this one, which sits next to the portico. So with this one, it's located on the outside of the portico. In both of these 2 options, you've got a bit more of a slightly angled one and a straight on one, just to see whether there's any difference in terms of footpath width. But both in these options reduce the footpath width on Bishopgate Street to an unacceptable level. And obviously we're trying to widen that area, create broader pedestrian areas. It's of a level where you would get a pinch point, as you can see at the top of where the ramps are. These ramps would be 4 separate ramps, although it looks like 2, there's 4 because you've got landing points halfway down. So you can see there's horizontal lines across each of them. So it means 4 separate slopes, totaling 24 metres in length. As I say, it would reduce the footway width, reduce the opportunity for new public realm on the top of Bishopgate Street. It would also impact visually on the portico of the listed Queen's Hotel, having to be adjacent to it, where you've got the lovely detailed columns, so that needs to be taken into account. And further utilities would need to be relocated as a result of that. We've kind of considered the length here and what you're actually gaining by having a ramp here. You're gaining 8 metres in terms of journey length. So if you were to go all the way around, so you took the route as you would do now under the portico, you would walk along that level route that takes you out to City Square. You'd turn around and you'd go down Bishopgate Street. That would be 8 metres longer than taking the ramp route. So whilst it would give an option of a ramp, there may be people who would prefer to use the existing level route and just go that little bit further to actually get down to the taxi rank. And we consider that it doesn't actually gain a great deal as a result of that. The fact that you're having to go a slightly more convoluted route on the ramp may put people off when there is a more straightforward route, the existing route under the portico, that would remain a level route. So next slide, please. So this is the other ramp option that's being considered, and this is in the position of the passenger lifts and the steps. So as I said before, in both cases, we would need to keep also, or provide also, the passenger lifts on the steps, so that you've got more than one option to comply with Part M of building regulations. So this shows you 2 options. Basically, we've got one option where the steps are integrated in with the ramp, and then another where it sits side by side. So really looking at trying to see if something could be done akin to the playhouse approach, and then seeing if that would work better than the full-on separation. It ends up, because of the levels change and because of the available land to actually put this sort of ramp in, you end up with a very long ramp of 6 separate slopes, which is considerable. 1 in 20 is achieved on all of those, but each of those slopes ends up being 10 metres in length. Obviously, you've got landing points at the top and bottom of the whole of the ramp, and then resting landing areas on each level. But it is a considerable length of ramp for anybody to want to traverse. So this obviously also removes a larger number of the steps that we would previously seeing in the proposal, which reduces potential pedestrian movement and options for moving people out of the area quickly. As you recall, one of the key drivers for this is the potential predicted increase in passenger numbers. And obviously, I know the pandemic is an issue here in terms of things have gone very quiet, but the applicant and Network Rail and WICA are still predicting high numbers in the future when life returns to some kind of normality and people do start going back into the city centre. And those that have been in the city centre will have already seen there is a rise in car driving again in the city centre. So that removes some of the options for pedestrian movement by having this structure in this area. It would also, again, reduce the footway width on Bishopgate Street significantly. So you've ended up with another pinch point at the other end of the street, and you don't end up with the wider public space that we were looking for. And in terms of kind of the really busy commuter times, or the times in the evening when people are wanting to queue for taxis and things like that, that's a concern. And we just also, we feel that the actual demand of the length of ramp is quite off-putting for users and could be quite daunting for anybody wanting to use it. So we do feel it's not really a workable solution. So I think in both cases, or in all cases of the options of the ramp, the applicant has put forward the case that they're not suitable in adequately addressing accessibility. They actually raised more their own issues in terms of accessibility and usability. Aesthetically, there's issues in both instances, one being particularly impactful on the listed building. They don't meet the aspirations for creating a large, safe, pedestrian-focused area because they are impinging on pedestrian movements by reducing the amount of space that's available. And officers do feel that that is correct, and that we're actually in accord, in our view, with the applicant on that. And as a result, we consider the original scheme for the passenger lifts and the steps is the right option. It addresses the most of the issues, the wide variety of issues that it's trying to target, that this scheme is trying to target in its aspirations. So we think it's the optimal solution. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Sarah. There are no speakers on this, so can I go straight to members then for questions? Any questions? Can't see any on my screen. Am I missing anybody?
Councillor Gruen's indicated, Chair.
Oh, Councillor Gruen, please come in then. Which Councillor Gruen?
Caroline.
Yes, the Caroline one. The Caroline one. Yeah. I would just like to ask the officer, I appreciate at point 8.15, it talks about consultation and that consultation processes have been carried out on these options. Can I ask, did you ask a disabled person or a group of disabled people whether they would choose to have this arrangement or not have this arrangement in relation to the ramp?
Okay, is Barbara, are you going to come in on this one?
Yes, thank you. I'm happy to come in. So we had a session in early September with this newly formed group. We presented not the details of that, but we presented the suggestion of the ramp, and it was agreed with that group of people that it wouldn't work when we said how long the ramp would be. We also have evidence that a similar ramp, which was an exclusive route for wheelchair users, was not popular, and ramp users felt unsafe because of the sort of the dead end kind of feel to being on the ramp and not able to go elsewhere once you were on it. And that was the old ramp at the Playhouse. So we're very keen not to replicate that in the city in the future. But also it's very worth knowing that the existing step-free access So it's there already, and we would point to it as the solution moving forward. Is the new Station Street one, and the gradient of that is 1 in 75. So it's a very gentle gradient to travel down New Station Street and then take a right at the Portcott and find yourself then looking straight at the new taxi rank on Bishopsgate. So the people we did speak to did feel that was a sensible route. And one of the things I think I would like to highlight is that that is an inclusive route. So while ramps popped into lots of people's heads when they thought about disability and access, ramps aren't always what people are looking for. What people are actually looking for and what the council want to deliver are inclusive solutions. And in this case, it is New Station Street and Bishopsgate at 1 in 75, rather than, you know, arrows and saying wheelchair users this way. And can I also mention that looking at some of the solutions, the ramp was taking up a lot of space, and lots of disabled people could see that and appreciate that, because we spoke to people with other disabilities as well. We spoke to blind and vision impaired people, people with guide dogs who would use the steps, and we were reducing the choice of routes by introducing these very wide ramps. So we did speak to wheelchair users, but we also spoke to carers, so to blind and vision impaired people, neurodiverse people, and quite a wide, broad pan disability group. I know Sarah mentioned that we didn't get looking at the protected characteristics, there were still some gaps, but we're exploring that, and we're very confident that at the next meeting we'll have a broader group. But thinking about disability, we did have a really good pan disability representation at that group, and they did support our solution, which is using the broad pavement and taking a right at the junction.
Thank you, Barbara. Any further questions?
Councillor Peter Grewincher.
Peter.
I wanted to follow up that answer, that lengthy answer to Caroline's question. At our last meeting, we were lobbied very strongly by people with disability, blind or vision impaired, and all colleagues will remember the very strong testimony that those colleagues gave. Did you go back and talk specifically with the same people who talked to us at the meeting last time, and what is their response to your suggestions?
So there are meetings scheduled to take place. That gentleman who spoke, we are very clear he represents a niche group who rely heavily on taxis, and but we have been in touch with him, and we have responded to the suggestions that he made about retaining the taxi rank on New Station Street. He didn't have a view on the ramp. He doesn't seem to represent any wheelchair users. As I say, his standpoint is very much about people who wish to board taxis and rely solely on taxi transport. So we're obviously looking at a huge range of people in the city who use public transport, some who walk, some who take onward journeys and using other modes of transport. So while he has fed into the process, and while he did speak very emotively at the last meeting, his voice is one of many voices. And one of the things we said very clearly at the last meeting was how we needed to broaden that dialogue and we needed to listen to other people. And that's what we've done.
Thank you, Barbara.
If I may come back, Chair.
Do please.
Yeah, and that particular person, if you don't know, is a very well-respected individual within the city who has worked on disability and access issues for many, many years, possibly longer than you have. So to describe him as a niche group, etc., is a bit dismissive, frankly. And
well, I apologise. I'm not trying to.
Don't interrupt me, please.
Disparage him. I
Just a minute,
apologise.
Barbara. I'll bring you back in, Barbara. Let Councillor Gruen speak.
Thank you. And I think he has made some valid points, and I am very surprised that you come back today to a further meeting and you haven't really squared off those concerns and been able to reassure us now, because frankly, when Caroline talked to you just a few moments ago, through personal experience, we recognize now, we didn't before, how difficult it is for people who have disability just to walk a few steps sometimes. And it is actually something that, as councillors, we have a lead responsibility not to make life more difficult for people who suffer disabilities and in many cases overcome them very, very well. But we have to demonstrate that we keep in our foremost of our mind people who have disabilities and not in these projects actually make life more difficult for them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Explanation, Barbara, if you wish.
Yes. Well, I think that no one is dismissing the concerns of that group. And as I said, we came away from the last meeting with a clear direction that we needed to broaden consultation and get a wider group, because the group that this gentleman represented are well established over a long period of time, but they are not, they have got some gaps in their representation. So that's really put a lot of work into trying to make sure that we were talking to other groups in the city, and we have done that. And the groups we talked to did include carers and people who would probably choose to stop en route to the taxi rank and use some of the seating that this design provides. And there were people who said, yes, if I had a choice, I'd love to have the taxi just immediately at the entrance, but that they recognised that the projects needed to move cars off New Station Street to achieve the wider objectives of the project, to make the place less busy, less congested. And we also brought into our discussions neurodiverse people who did agree with what we felt we already knew, but who said, yes, you know, these crowded streets make them, that becomes inaccessible for my community. And so I think that while, as I say, there are people who would benefit from having a taxi immediately at the entrance, we, in putting in place the lifts and putting in place the seating, we believe that we've created an accessible route to the new taxi rank. And when people get to the new taxi rank, because it's that little bit further away, the facilities at the new taxi rank will be of a high access. What I'm trying to say is that they've got seating, lighting, spaces for wheelchair users, and the people can board directly from this new taxi rank into taxis, which they couldn't do at the moment. And even in the previous 20 years ago, New Station Street taxi rank, the facilities were nothing like these new facilities. So in that broader dialogue with those other groups, we did get support for what we are proposing.
Thank you,
Chair,
Sarah.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't know if you could see me. I haven't got a blue hand, unfortunately, to click on. Can I just add, I just want to make it kind of, from my perspective and from the applicant and from what I know from what they've been doing, to be clear that we've really tried not to dismiss anybody, and we're certainly not dismissing this particular gentleman, Councillor Green. I want to assure you of that. And in fact, there's been 3 meetings with the group he represents since last panel, and another one is now targeted for the 22nd, I think, of November. So there has been a continuing dialogue on that. I think it's one of those situations where we're trying to do a great many things with the scheme to achieve a great many different outcomes and targets, and it's one of those situations where we're probably not going to get everybody on board and please everybody, but we want to try and take everybody along with it as far as we possibly can, and take into account any comments that we get. And the applicant is really on board with doing that in terms of the accessibility, because obviously that's a key driver here. It's all about trying to get people moving about and getting in and out of the station from whoever they are. So it's something that's really embedded in here, and they've seen the importance of it from the comments last time at panel. They understand absolutely that they needed to pick up their consultation and improve on it, and they really have been doing that and will continue to do that. They've made it very clear to me that that's their intention.
Thank you, Sarah. Thanks for that extra information. Good to know. Any more hands? Maybe we ought to use the blue hand.
Councillor Neil Walshaw, Chair.
Oh, Neil, come in then, please. Neil?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Are we on to comments, or are we still on questions, Chair?
We are still on questions, yes. We haven't moved to comments.
In that case, can I put myself down for a comment at the appropriate time, Chair?
You can do. Al, please.
Appreciate it.
Yes, I don't think I'm very keen on the ramp for all the reasons that have been set out. But what occurred to me when I saw it was that skateboarders would probably love it. And I just wondered whether there was anything to prevent a skateboarder from going down that ramp if that was the way that we decided to go, because obviously that would present a big hazard and risk to anyone else who was using it.
Okay, Sarah, a question that.
I think the answer is probably no. I think you can do stuff to other street furniture like handrails and things like that to put structures on them which make it unattractive to kind of skate down them or parkour off them or whatever. But I think because we need level surfaces on the ramps, you can't really put anything on, you can't put kind of lumps and bumps on anything that would impact on anybody being able to use them safely. So the answer to that would be no, we wouldn't be able to stop people wanting to skateboard down them or cycle down them or whatever if they felt so inclined.
Thanks, Sarah. Can we go on to comments now, please? I don't see any more hands. Neil, you indicated you had a comment.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Really appreciate this information item coming forward. It's good to see that officers have listened to the item and taken extensive action based on what members said. And I'm very, very comfortable now, Chair, in the breadth and depth of the consultation with the relevant groups that's now in place. I think it was almost there before the previous item. I think it's very much in place now. As one of the officers has said, no one's going to be 100% happy with this. Not every single member of every single group, but we can get to, when you look at these drawings, chairs, the progress we've made, you can get to a situation where you're 80, 90% there. And I think members would do well to bear in mind that these proposals came from a situation where we are anticipating, irrespective of our current unpleasantness, we are expecting significant passenger numbers growth. And that area is very, very much in need of regeneration. And in our quest to sort of promote sustainable transport, I don't think we should lose sight of the enormous sort of leap forward that the cycling provision represents. We are really wanting to see a cycling and an e-bike revolution in the city, Chair, and we're doing the best we can to promote that. So it's good to see these coming forward. I realise as I'm speaking now, Chair, if it would be all right with you, Chair, it's just to ask officers just one very small question. What's the timeline on the sort of the full application coming forward? And apologies if I've missed that. But otherwise, I'm extremely pleased with progress, Chair. I think this is just the kind of thing we want to see in the city. And I think all the major issues I have been addressed. Thanks, Chair. So, Sarah, what's the timeline?
Sorry about that. Imminent, basically. I mean, the application, obviously we've got the application, but in terms of once they get consent, they want to getting into the detailed design work straight away, because they've got a limited period in which to get the funding, and there are other things in the city which might mean that they can't do the actual work at certain times. So if we get the consent, once they get the go ahead from you and they get the consent, or if they get the go ahead from you today and they get the consent, I should say, then they would want to start their detailed design work immediately, and then they need to work up a program to actually start physical works as soon as possible, because at one point, then if we go for the City of Culture and other works that will come, things that are usually moratorium on kind of particular works, and there's going to be limited times in the calendar for them to do them. So it's very urgent in their opinion.
Well, Chair, just to come back on that from this elected members panel, I think it can't come soon enough. So it's really good work.
Good. Any more comments?
Councillor Blackburn, Councillor Caroline Green, and myself, Chair.
Oh, okay. Are you putting a blue hand up? If you are, I've not seen it.
Yeah, it's blue hands. Yeah.
It's not coming up on mine for some reason.
Chair, are you using your laptop?
I am using my laptop, yes.
You can't see it on a laptop. You need your... Oh, you can... Have you pressed participants at the bottom of the screen?
I have, yeah, but it normally comes up on the photograph as well, doesn't it? Anyway, let's move on. Caroline, please.
Thank you. I'm going to make a slight counter argument to Councillor Walshaw's, but I do acknowledge absolutely it's a very good scheme, and I'm really looking forward to seeing it built out. But in terms of this issue of accessibility actually means inclusive of all. And compliance standards actually don't always include all, or even very many. For example, I'm quite sure that the Playhouse and its new refurbishment and extension meets the compliance standards for accessibility. But if taking from personal experience, in the latter part of last winter, I had quite a severe temporary disability in that I could not walk. I couldn't even walk 2 or 3 steps. So it was a disadvantage. And I'm a keen user of the Playhouse. And despite its accessibility, I found it the most inaccessible environment it was possible to be in during that time that I was in that disability, largely because of the sheer distance you have to walk between lifts down and up to different levels, and between lifts and the entrance to the actual theatres. So it was almost like a nightmare navigating the Playhouse. And I feel similarly about this. Thankfully, I no longer have that disability, although I am still limited. And I think of the dismay that would come over me if I was faced with a situation where I had to walk a very considerable distance. I'm not a taxi user, by the way. I very, very, very rarely use taxis, so that wouldn't be my issue. But thinking back to how I was in last November and December, I would be dismayed if there wasn't an easier and better route. I'm just pointing that out from personal experience. I don't believe that what is being proposed is fully accessible. And I'm disappointed that all this work has gone on and we don't seem to be any further forward with it. You might decide as a panel that it's not possible to make it fully accessible, but for anybody who cannot walk easily or has to walk using a piece of walking equipment, like a stick or a walker or any other manner of device that is available for walking, it is a very difficult situation for people. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Caroline.
Could I mention that at the moment, Network Rail operate travel assistance. So some disabled travellers will book in with travel assistance to be assisted onto and off trains, and that assistance will take them to the taxi rank, the current one, and the future one. So if people require that level of assistance, it is available, and we have ensured that that would continue in the new layout. And then can I also just reiterate that the placing of street furniture is going to be done in such a way as to allow people to break up their journeys. Now I know that only being able to take 2 or 3 steps is very limiting. And so I would say that most of Leeds would be inaccessible or would feel inaccessible if you could only take 2 or 3 steps and you chose not to use a walking aid or a wheelchair. But the team have actually brought in a member from the National Register for Access Consultants, and one of the conversations we had was around one of the case studies about a family who felt that this solution didn't meet their needs. And this expert, who has worked on St. Paul's Cathedral as an example, very highly regarded and was part of the team who wrote the British Standard, he said that there is no such thing as a fully accessible environment for everybody, because some people's disabilities are very complex. And one of the scenarios was someone who couldn't use a lift, for example. So we can't always anticipate those complex needs, but we do our best to follow best practice. I know that Part M was mentioned. Part M can sometimes be viewed as a minimum standard. This project is to actually follow the BS 8300, which is the most recent access standard, which is considered best practice. So I would just say that, you know, we are following standards, but not in that mean-spirited way. We are seeking to exceed them on this project.
Okay. I see some hands now.
Just to correct one point that you made. I did choose to use a walking stick, and it was still very difficult in a lot of places. So when you were saying and chose not to use walking equipment, I did choose to use walking equipment, and it was still very difficult.
Yes, we can all vouch for that, Caroline. We remember very well. You were heroic how you struggled through and maintained your council duties. Well done. Paul Wadsworth, I can see you. But you're muted, Paul.
Yes, I think there might have been people before me, but I will go in and get it out of the way because it's very quick. And it's just following up from Councillor Gruen's point. I share the fact, Caroline, that it's not going to be 100% accessible, but we are effectively moving the station concourse into the outside because we're led to believe we're going to need that space for passengers. Hard to believe at the moment, I know, but we're led to believe that will be the case. So the only option is to leave the taxi rank where it is and do nothing if we want to get more accessibility. Now, you may think that's a good idea, but Network Rail seem to think that we will be compromising passenger numbers and compromising security if we do that. So that's the only other choice that we have. And I think that officers and the users group have looked at a number of opportunities to get ramps in, and it's not possible. So we are left with only another option is to do nothing. So if you want to do nothing, you'll have to propose it. It's not something I'm prepared to propose.
Okay, Paul, thanks for that comment. Councillor Blackburn.
There we are. We're off the mute now. I think looking at the ramps, quite clearly, none of those alternatives are any good at all for anybody, and it would appear going out to the Portico and down Bishopsgate Street is the only way. I've got to say, I think Network Rail might regret what they're doing in the long run. I think over the years, New Station Street's had very many sort of changes. I can remember when Councillor Downs was on Metro and he was a vice chair of Metro. Him was getting up in council and saying how wonderful it was that we were getting buses coming down New Station Street so people could get to access to the station. But the fact is what we're doing is we're moving people further away from the railway station, and that tied up with some of the other stuff we might be doing in City Square. Basically, we might live to regret. I mean, I've got to say, I mean, this is only a temporary thing, but for instance, I am going, assuming Boris doesn't make us a tier 3 authority, on Saturday, I'm going on a rail journey with a case stopping overnight, and currently with the changes in bus stops in town and the work they've been doing, I'll have to walk from Wellington Street opposite where the central station was to actually get to the railway station. So we're getting further and further away. I know that's only a temporary thing, but that's the problem. We're taking people away from accessing railway station.
Thanks, David. Dan, please.
Thank you, Chair. Some years ago, I hope I'm not going to get into trouble for saying this. Some years ago, my wife actually had a herniated disc. And rather like Caroline, she was unable to walk anywhere. And when you have to move somebody around in a wheelchair, as I had to for a period of time, it completely alters how you view a city. And things that you would previously accept, you suddenly realise are not acceptable. We had to access one particular place. Instead of going through the front door, we had to go through the kitchen, and because it was the only. And suddenly, you see a city through different eyes. Now, I don't recommend anybody. I didn't have to have a herniated disc, but I can assure you it was. Looking at Caroline, it's unmitigated agony, and to have thrown on top of that additional challenge, I think is not something any of us would want to go through. I really struggle here because it's quite clear to me that what we're doing is creating something that is not as accessible as it should be. And I simply don't believe that, and I'm not an expert, but I don't believe that every possibility has been exhausted. I think officers have and Network Rail have said, "Oh, we can't do this." I assure you, Chair, if they had to spend 6 months in a wheelchair, they'd find a very suitable way and easier ways of managing all of these things. I don't recommend anybody should have to, it's difficult to see things when you're not in somebody else's shoes. I'm really uncomfortable with this. I think I can't easily sit approving something that in my heart I know isn't right, isn't as good as it should be in terms of accessibility for everybody. And I'm very mindful of what Peter said before. This isn't one niche person. It's a very respected person who's saying this isn't good enough and we can do better. And it seems to me we've not really given that person due weight. And at the risk, and therefore I'm very, very concerned. I don't know what an alternative would be. I look to officers for things like, but I think there is more work to be done. I accept it might be a quick turnaround, but more to be done to make sure that we are not disenfranchising those who we ought not to be disenfranchising.
Thanks, Dan. Councillor Garthwaite, please.
Yes, I'd like to just hastily say before I say my main comments that when I'm talking about skateboarders, it's not all skateboarders. I know the vast majority are extremely responsible and wouldn't dream of doing anything that would put anyone else into danger, but there might be that very, very small minority who might just do that. But mainly, I'm not entirely happy with this, but I don't have a real solution. What I fear is those dread words on the lift that says lift out of order, which I'm sure we've all experienced far too many times. And it's not just for people who might have a mobility disability at that time, or might have a pushchair, for example, with a child in and a bag as well, or just have some heavy bags, which mean that it's very, very difficult for them. And I'm not quite sure what the alternatives would be for them and whether there would in fact be travel assistance available and people there ready to help them when that occurred. It does worry me, especially if there were to be a fire, which I know is unlikely, but just possible when lifts always stop. The issue of just a lift or steps concerns me, I have to say, or a distance. But I don't have a constructive suggestion about what could be done about that, I'm afraid. That's it.
Thank you, Al. I think it's we all have concerns. It reflects in some ways the debate we had when it came to us last time. We're not fortunately asked to make any decision today, just to note the report. And it seems that there is agreement that the ramps isn't going to work. Can I invite Daljer to come in then and sum up the debate, please?
Chair, you still have some comments on the comment board.
I think the hands they've spoken and the hands haven't come down. Yours.
No, there's Colin Campbell and myself.
Oh, is it?
Still, yeah.
Oh, is it? Well, I certainly want to hear if anybody, but I can't. I just saw your hand and somebody. It was Paul's who didn't come down after they spoke. Yeah. Okay, Colin, come in, please.
Well, I think, Chair, let's come back a bit to what we've been asked. So we're being asked a principle, aren't we? And the principle is to, I suppose, expand the concourse in front of the station. And if you remember back to the original discussion, it was about Network Rail saying to us, the sheer volume of people using the station now means that if they need to get them out in the case of a fire that Al mentioned, they need a larger space for those people to stand in. And I suppose we either said, yes, you can have that space where they're proposing to put it, or no, you can't. Now, after we last discussed this, everybody's been talking about how infrequently they now go into Leeds, but I actually happened to go to the station to pick somebody up. So I actually went and looked at the front of this. A new Station Street, quite frankly, is a terrible environment, not just for visitors to the city, but for people trying to get in and out of the station. It's really unpleasant. Now, we did get lobbied about an issue in relation to taxis, and I have some sympathy with that group of people who need, I suppose, immediate taxi assistance. But if I look at what's being proposed, it's very clear, isn't it, that we talked about a ramp because we thought, well, some of us thought that a ramp would be a solution that we could find. That wouldn't deal with the issue we were tasked with in relation to the taxis, but it's patently obvious that the ramps won't work. And certainly you wouldn't, with the best will in the world to Caroline, for example, when you weren't so good on your feet, a ramp of 80 metres would not have been very something you'd wish to be tackling. So I suppose I'm looking at what we've got in front of us. And in principle, I think I can support the idea of taking all the traffic effectively off New Station Street and turning it into an area that the vast majority of people can use, pedestrians can use easily. And then we talk about the planning terms. Well, I think you could tweak a few of the details and we could change the colour of the paint or the paving material. But the idea that you have an open area for people to freely move around in, plus a couple of substantial lifts that seem to work in other parts of the world. And okay, steps are not ideal, but there is a level way round if you want to use it. And it's actually not a difficult level route to use. So it seems to me that we've looked at all the alternatives, and this is the alternative that in planning terms works. And so for that reason, if we were voting for it, I'd support it. I don't think we are. We're just noting that in fact, we're noting we can't put ramps in. But in principle, I think, in principle, this is a good scheme. It does create a much more, I was going to say, pedestrian-friendly environment in front of the station. And it basically says that pedestrians are more important than a taxi driver or a bus. So with that comment, I'll be quiet.
Thank you. I think that's nicely summed up. My hands are starting to come up now. I thought we were ready for Peter. Do you really need to say something? By all means do, if it's you're adding to the debate.
I was only going to add, Chair, that I find myself where Colin is on this, that I've looked through everything and I do believe at some point we're going to need that space outside the station. I've been in the train station where you've got kicked out because there's too many people there and they have to stop all the trains and open the doors and chuck everyone out the station. That's not something that can happen, and that causes all kinds of trouble. If we were going to start somewhere in a good place to design something, we wouldn't put a station on top of a Victorian aqueduct in the middle of the city, I think, is the problem that we're finding ourselves here, which is already 4 meters above ground, I think, when you get to the station. So that the solution is the best one I think we'll find to a problem that we found ourselves as a city with a train station that unfortunately is showing its age. At some point there might be a better way of fixing it, but I think this goes to improving the measures at the moment, and not doing anything probably isn't the solution. That just wanted to add that, Chair, really.
Thanks, Peter. Peter, Councillor Groen, you've still got your hand up. Do you want to comment?
Yes, please. Because again, like some other colleagues, I find myself in a real quandary. I used to spend probably as much time commuting from Leeds to other cities when I was working, and so I used the station frequently. And I was quite convinced that along with Leeds United not being in the Premier League, the station being what it was, were the two biggest disadvantages the city had. Well, we've solved one of them now, and we're hopefully about to solve the other one. The city needs a much better station with much better access than it has. But I really share almost every word that Dan Cohen said. I find it impossible to vote for a scheme that is not fully inclusive. And I only wish officers at the beginning had said that, instead of trying to skate over that it wasn't fully inclusive and it didn't meet all the needs of people with disabilities. And I think, again, I find myself agreeing with David Blackburn that on some of the other projects around the city centre, if you're not careful, the people who are squeezing out are not the pedestrians, are not the cyclists, are not the able-bodied people, but the people who are not able-bodied. They are further to go or nowhere to go. And that distresses me. I cannot tell you how much that distresses me, because I don't think that's what we should be doing. And in all of this, I'm not certain if officers have looked at a different access for people. I mean, what is happening at the back of the station, for example? You know, is there not a different way that people who cannot use, if you call it the front of the station, could access it from a different location? I'm just not yet convinced that we have looked as much and in much detail at all of the options before we just say, well, we can't do any better, 80% is good enough.
Thank you, Peter. I'm sure we all feel the same. It's an interesting point you make regarding what you call the back of the station. That is due for redevelopment, and it's level compared to Bishopgate Street. I did try to find out more information about that, but I wasn't able to. So maybe a future plan coming forward might solve some of those issues. I don't know, but at the moment, as I say, I have tried to find out about it and failed.
Sorry, Chair, could I, sorry, Chair, it's Sarah. Could I just come in on that?
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Didn't mean
Do
to
please.
interrupt you. I've asked the applicants about that because obviously they're working with Network Rail and WICO, etc., and they kind of know maybe a bit more about where they're at. And they've basically said to me that they have entered into a joint funding agreement about that area, so that's kind of agreed in terms of the background to it of getting money to do that area. And that's looking at improving accessibility, easing the traffic issues, but accessibility it being a key element for pedestrians, for people, not just about cars, and pedestrian safety. And they're looking at Network Rail procuring design consultants at the moment, so they've gone out in a procurement process with an aim to develop the design by April 2021.
That's brilliant, Sarah. Thank you for that. I'm going to take one more speaker. That's Councillor Nash, and then I think we need to move on. Elizabeth, please.
Yes, I have been very quiet, but the advantage of having discussions is that things do occur to you as you are having discussions. And the ramp really, I think, was suggested by me on the hoof in response to the chap who came speaking on behalf of people who are frightened to use lifts. I accept that a ramp in that location is not really feasible. The problem with Leeds City Station is that it is a long way to the trains now. Even when you go through the door, you have to walk quite some distance. Fine for able-bodied people. But the North Concourse, as we now call it, that was a main access to the trains. The trains used to come in. As you go in the North Concourse, the trains used to come right up there. And we've now got McDonald's and other shops along there where the trains used to come. So previous British Rail ripped up all the lines. So the only trains that we can access now are where they are now. I would just like, I don't want an answer now because it needs thinking about. Certainly New Station Street is very difficult, particularly when you go up from Ball Lane round there. It's absolutely chock-a-block with taxis. But I just wonder if we couldn't still have some sort of a bus service around there. We're going to have a bus crossing the pedestrianised city square. Otherwise, it'll be half a mile for people to walk to a bus stop. So I think that, they would access that as they do now and turn left across the front of the Queen's Hotel onto Wellington Street or wherever. But I think that really needs to be looked at. The other thing that we have not discussed is we've talked about the 6 taxis in the rank. Where is the drop-off point? If you get a taxi to the station, where is that taxi going to stop? An answer next time would be fine.
Okay. Can I finally bring in Daljer then, please?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to clarify a couple of things, and it really follows on from the discussion that members have been having. Firstly, when we had brought this item last time, following considerable discussion and debate at that time, members did resolve to support the proposals, subject to officers looking at the option and opportunity for putting in the ramped access. And therefore, the purpose of today's report was to explain what we've done and what options are feasible. And clearly, we've said in the report that actually the limited options there are for ramps aren't feasible, and therefore the best solution is the solution that was presented to members last time. So we weren't intended to come back with another report. Really, it's for members to decide whether the proposals as put forward, with all the discussion and all that they've heard both last time and today, are acceptable on balance. Because there aren't, on this side, the new station street entrance side, any further realistic options for improving access to the station. It comes with a number of restrictions already. The solution that's being put forward is the best that we can achieve and still achieve the aims of the project. There are, as Sarah has indicated, opportunities for other accesses to the station to be looked at and improved. The one to Eyre Street, the obvious one from the North Concourse, and the comments that members have made here will form part of those deliberations with Network Rail and other partners. So I just wanted to make that absolutely clear. I've noted that the discussion again has created considerable debate. Some members are supportive and have said, well, look, we can't do nothing. The new station street entrance has existing problems which need to be addressed. Others feel that we can still do more. But really, I think what I'm asking members is to come to a decision today as to whether they support the proposals as presented, or if they don't, the only alternative we would have is to refuse the planning application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Daljer. It's good to see, and we are being watched by the public in Leeds, that members put accessibility in a very high priority, and that's exactly what we should do. I take it from the debate that's been going around the table, the virtual table. Although we didn't have a decision to make, where there was no recommendation, that members support the new position, and certainly I think we look to Eyre Street for providing a better solution, hopefully in the very near future. Would that be correct?
Could I ask, Chair, that those comments you've just made are actually part of the decision we are making and minuted as such? For me, that is a really important issue, that we're not just putting it off and saying, well, you might come back to it, you might not. It is part of noting where we are on New Station Street, but recognizing that we haven't solved the issues as much as we would like to, and therefore look towards Eyre Street.
I think that's a really good idea. It certainly will be minuted by John, but I would ask Daljeet if we could include that in a recommendation from this meeting.
Yes, Chair. We will note that, and that can be part of the panel's recommendation as part of the approval of these proposals.
So I take a stage further than that. The first priority then, when Eyre Street has been redeveloped, will be accessibility. And everything else has got to work around it. I think that's clear, is it? Yes?
Yes, that's understood.
Lovely. I think that's been a great debate, and I thank you all for your participation and very sensible comments. Sat here, I've really enjoyed it. Can we take a 5-minute break? I know,
yes,
just
please.
5 minutes, just 5 minutes, yeah. Okay, thank you. John, are we able to restart?
We are, Chair. Cody, if you'd like to take the adjournment slide down.
Okay, are we all back? If we can go on to the next application, it's agenda item 10, land at Ellaby Road, East Street and Cross Green. Are you presenting this, Daljit?
I am, Chair. Yes.
Please do then.
Okay, thank you. Cody, if we can move on to slide 30, please. Okay. Panel, this is a full planning application for 322 dwellings and ancillary commercial space, such as shops and cafes at ground floor level to some of the blocks. The proposals were presented as a pre-application item to Plans Panel in 2017, so some time back now. But members were supportive of the principle and scale of development at the time. And the formal planning application has followed on from the principles of that and was submitted last year. The site consists of 2 parcels of vacant land, denoted by the red boundary on the slide. The parcels of land are sited either side of Bow Street and bounded by East Street to the west, which is a main route into the city centre. The site lies on the edge of the designated city centre, and it is allocated for housing development in the Ayr Valley Area Action Plan. The surrounding context, actually, Cody, if we can move on to the next slide, please. The surrounding context comprises of a mixture of predominantly residential and office uses. To the west, across East Street, are office uses at Rose Wharf, with the River Air and Leeds Dock beyond. The blue dots indicate some of those key uses. Along East Street itself are higher density residential developments at Echo Central and East Street Mills. And to the east, along Ellaby Road, are lower rise blocks of flats and institutional uses such as schools and churches and their associated grounds. If you can move on to the next slide, please. This is an aerial view which provides a sense of the nature and scale of the buildings in the vicinity of the city centre. So a number of the buildings are multi-storey. There's a higher density nature of development, particularly along East Street, but also rising up the hill towards the town, as well as the open area of the site itself. Can we go on to the next slide, please? Cody, if you can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. The next set of slides seeks to highlight particular characteristics of the site itself. In this one, it's a shot of the larger parcel of land looking southeastwards from East Street. The site used to be comprised of Victorian terraced housing that was demolished, and over time the site has self-seeded with scrub vegetation. As you can see from the photograph, there's a significant rise in level by approximately 12 metres from East Street towards Ellaby Road. And there's a 5-storey block of flats, which is now completed, although the photographs show it under construction, and the listed St Saviour's Church on the top of the hill. The church is grade 1 listed, and the relationship of the development proposals to the setting and views of the church have been a key consideration as set out in the report. You can go on to the next slide, please. The top picture in this slide is a view across East Street from Rose Wharf, with the site in the foreground and the flats on the former Cavalier Inn site on Ellaby Road beyond. The image in the bottom left-hand corner is to the flank of St Saviour's Church Vicarage from within the site, and the image to the right of that, the centre bottom one, is showing the existing right-of-way that bisects a large parcel of land with the Rose Wharf offices on East Street in the background. Can we go on to the next one, please? The larger site lies partially within the Eastern Riverside Conservation Area, and the development on both sites will be within the setting of a number of listed buildings. So these are some photographs of some of those listed buildings in the immediate vicinity. The top left is Rose Wharf, which is Grade 2 listed. We have East Street Mills, Grade 2 listed. St Saviour's Church, as I mentioned, is Grade 1 listed. Boyd's Mill is Grade 2 listed in the bottom left-hand corner. And then, although not listed, there's a new blocks of flats on the former Cavalier Inn site, which have recently been completed. And the bottom two photographs show that development. Can we go on to the next slide, please? Yes, and so this is a boundary of the Eastern Riverside Conservation Area, and the site, which is shaded in purple, shows its relationship to the conservation area. And if we can go on to the next slide, please. In terms of the approach to the development proposal itself, as a result of the sensitive heritage setting, the development has been cut into the hillside. So the bottom, the middle picture indicates the areas where the building will be placed, and where the hillside will be regraded to accommodate the buildings. And this, combined with the scale and positioning of the proposed buildings, would ensure that the listed St Saviour's Church still retains a dominant visual presence at the top of the hill when viewed from East Street. If we can go on to the next slide, please. A key framed view of the church will be provided from East Street, and that's shown by the depiction at the left-hand side of this slide. And we worked very hard to try and ensure that key views of the church are retained from East Street, because the current nature, the open nature of the site, provide very open views of the church, although they're artificial in the sense in that historically they would not have been there when the housing was there. The elevational treatment of the new buildings would also aim to reflect the traditional materiality of the conservation area, and the schematic image to the right indicates how the buildings will create a clear base, middle and top. And I've got more images later on which provide details of that. And another key design principle was the retention of a pedestrian routes through the site. So as one came in off East Street or Farleby Road, you could come into the open spaces, courtyard spaces between the buildings, and have a more open vista of the church on the top of the hill. You can go on to the next slide, please, Cody. As I mentioned earlier, there's a claimed public rights of way which cross through the site, indicated by the green dots on this slide. The proposals, as I said, will retain those, and I think this slide just shows how those rights of way then link into the wider pedestrian network. Thank you, Cody. Next slide, please. Vehicle access to the proposed development would be from Bow Street towards the junction with East Street, with access to 124 car parking spaces, which will be provided within the courtyard space and within undercroft areas to the buildings. There will be a building on the small parcel of land to the left-hand side of the Bow Street junction, as you can see on the slide, and then there's a horseshoe arrangement of 3 buildings on the larger site. If we can go on to the next slide, please, Cody. The off-site works would come along with and include highway improvements. There'll be a new 2-con crossing across East Street. A car club bay will be provided on Bow Street. There'd be improved site access arrangements denoted by the red lines on this slide. And there'll be the provision of a 4-metre wide shared footway and cycleway along the East Street frontage. Go on to the next one, please. Yes, this slide shows the arrangement of the 4 blocks of flats, which I started describing earlier. So on the larger site, you can see blocks B, C, and D in a horseshoe format, with car parking provided in undercroft areas and within the southern half of that courtyard area. To the north of that, on the embankment going up towards Ellerby Road, there'll be a landscaping improvement and provision of about 735 square metres of on-site amenity space. And as I said, that will be publicly accessible. 40 new trees are proposed within the site area. You can go on to the next slide, please. Just briefly looking at the different levels of the development. So looking at the lower ground floor arrangements to E Street, Block A, which is on the standalone smaller parcel of land, would comprise of an undercroft car park and the commercial retail and food drink use, denoted in blue. Block C would also comprise communal residential facilities, including the lounge and gym, shown in pink, and commercial retail and food and drink potential facing E Street. You can go on to the next slide, please. The residential accommodation starts at the upper ground floor plan, and this shows that it starts emerging on blocks A and B and block C at this level. And if we can go on to the next slide, please. This slide shows a typical, and then it starts emerging, the residential accommodation starts emerging at blocks D and C as you go up the hill. And if we can go on to the next slide, please. Sorry, if we can just go back one, Cody. I omitted to say that this is a typical floor plan for all the floors of the 4 blocks. There'll be a mix of flats comprising 177 one-bedroom flats, 127 two-bedroom flats, and 18 three-bedroom flats. In terms of their detailed design, they meet the council's adopted space standards and they meet the council's policy requirements for accessible dwellings. Thanks, Cody. If we can go to the next slide, please. And this just shows a roof level plan for the 4 buildings. Thank you. Next slide, please. As stated earlier, the proposed blocks of flats will be cut into the hillside and their height will be limited so that they do not extend above the height of the buildings bounding the site to the northeast on Ellerby Road. So this slide is a cross-section taken from E Street up towards Ellerby Road, and it shows in hatched outline the new block of flats on top of the hill on the top, and the lower image, it shows the outline in sketch of St Saviour's Church, and the proposed height of the building blocks would sit below or to the height of the church, and at a similar height to the blocks of flats to ensure that they don't unduly dominate those buildings. Next slide, please. So this is a depiction of the scale of the development along E Street with the relationship to the existing buildings on top of the hill in the background, shown in grey form. And the height of the blocks, block A is 8 stories, block C fronting E Street on this image is 9 stories. Blocks B and D within the site will be 8 stories and 7 stories respectively. And it's considered that the proposed heights and blocks sit comfortably within the East Street corridor. If we can go on to the next slide, please. This is an aerial shot of the proposal. It's a CGI. The buildings will be red brick with layered brick detailing and bronze window framing and feature panels. And I've got some more details which I'll briefly show later on. And it's considered that through the combination of external elevational treatment and the scale and orientation of the blocks, that they sit comfortably within the setting of E Street and the setting of nearby listed buildings. If we can go into the next slide, please. I'm going to show a series of CGIs now, visuals, which demonstrate how the development would sit within the context from street level. And it's considered that the proposals would enhance the setting of the nearby listed buildings, not unduly dominate them. And also, I think it shows how we retain or manage to retain views of the church and views through the site up the hill. So the bottom is a view of the site as it is in its open nature, and the bottom, the top image and the bottom image here is taken from the same location, showing the proposed development in situ with that framed view of the church. Can we go to the next slide, please? This view is taken further back towards the city centre with the former mill buildings on both sides of East Street. The top image again is as existing. The bottom image shows the proposed buildings, which are considered to again sit comfortably within the existing scale of development. Next one, please. And this is a more close-up image of that relationship of the proposed block fronting East Street. Next one, please. This shows the building fronting East Street in the close-up in the context of Rose Wharf opposite, and again the framed view of St Saviour's Church. Next slide, please. And then as one goes into the site of East Street, this demonstrates how the vista of the church opens out with public access to the landscape terrace going up towards Ellerby Road. Can go on to the next slide, please. This is a view down the hill from the landscape terrace, looking into the site. Next slide, please. And this is a view along East Street with Boyd's Mill and St Saviour's Church to the right, and the landscape improvements to the embankment. We can go to the next slide, please. And this is a close-up of Block A on the smaller parcel of land at the junction of East Street and Bow Street. This slide also shows the improved 4-metre footpath width to East Street and the creation of active frontages with the larger glazed panelling and the clear base to the buildings. If we can go on to the next slide, please. I've got some slides now which just show in more detail the architectural treatment and the quality of the proposed elevations. These would comprise elements of cobbling to the brickwork, metal feature panels, and full height glazing, which not only do they provide visual interest to the external elevation, but they help to maximise daylight and outlook for the residents. Go on to the next slide, please. There would be full brick depth recess to the window revealed and a clear definition again of the base, middle and tops of the buildings, and this layering of the brickwork would ensure that although modern, the buildings would provide a high quality addition to the area. You can go on to the next slide, please. The recessed brick panels would add further definition in this slide. There will need to be areas such as the stair core, etc., other areas where you have blank area brickwork, but to provide corbelly detailing and recessed panels help lift the elevation. You can go on to the next slide, please. And the proposed material palette has been chosen to be complementary to the character of the conservation area. So it is brick, but there'll be accent materials such as the metallic metal paneling and the large the inset metal panels to the glazing as well. And the next slide, please. And finally, just a section showing the improvements that we'll have achieved to the East Street with a 4 metre footpath and cycleway fronting East Street. Next slide, please. Okay, I think that's the final slide. So in terms of the report, members will have noted from the report that the applicant has submitted a financial viability assessment. This has been independently reviewed by the district valuer. The district valuer has concluded that based on a build-to-rent housing delivery model, the development can provide 8 affordable units with rent capped at 80% of the market rent. This level would fall short of our normal policy requirements, which would have been for 64 units on that basis. But the district valuer has confirmed that's the most that can be provided by the development. The district valuer has also confirmed that a for sale scheme would not be able to deliver any affordable housing. Chair, I've got one update before I finish. We have received 2 late objections to the proposals from local residents. In summary, they object to the loss of green space. They object to the height and siting of the proposed buildings, and they say those would result in loss of views and privacy to the flats on the former Cavalier inside, and they are objecting on the grounds that the construction of the development would create noise, especially for people who are working from home. Just briefly, although similar matters have been raised by other objectors in the report and addressed in the report, regarding the loss of green space, the site is a brownfield regeneration site. And it's not protected green space, and it is allocated for redevelopment in the development plan. Again, as detailed in the panel report, the proposals would maintain public access to the site and provide enhancements to the embankment with improved footpaths and seating areas, albeit the southern half will be redeveloped. There would also be a contribution of nearly £300,000 to be spent on the nearby Bow Street Recreation Ground, and that's in line with the council's green space policies and policies for this site. In terms of the impact of the development on the amenities of the occupiers of the block of flats on the former Cavalier inside, again, that's detailed at section 10.4 of the report. It's inevitable the development will have an impact on the outlook of those properties. Currently, they enjoy an open aspect. However, for the reasons stated in the report, that impact is considered acceptable. The gaps are not so unusual that they would create a problem in the context of a generally dense urban character such as this. The concerns about disturbance from construction noise are understood. However, that disturbance will be temporary in nature, and whilst the impact may be exacerbated because residents are working from home during the current pandemic, that impact has to be balanced by the fact that we control the hours of construction so that there'd be no activity in the evenings and on weekends. But unfortunately, there will be some disruption. It's inevitable to deliver the development and the regeneration benefits to the area. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Daljit. Can I invite members to ask questions of officers? I don't believe we've any speakers, have we? No, John? No late speakers? No.
No, Chair.
I'll take that as no. Okay, so members, please ask questions of officers. And can I also remind you that we have the DV here, Brian Maguire, who's also available for questions, should you wish. And I'm seeing blue hands going up. I have seen Colin, please. Colin Campbell first.
Can I just ask a couple of questions? Daljit, will you just jog my memory? I remember a site visit and a discussion about a development pretty similar to this. Was it last year or the year before? And the second one relates to the comment you made about green space. And probably you guessed I was going to ask this question. I'm a great believer in putting the green space on site rather than buying out of producing green space and spending the money on adjacent existing areas. If they have to produce the green space on site, how much more would they need to produce on site? Those are the two questions. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Daljit?
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the second question, I haven't got a figure. Perhaps colleagues can help me out with this, but my experience is that on high density developments, often the green space requirement far exceeds the site area itself. So that's why our policies allow in city centre type settings a contribution to be made towards improvement off-site. But we have tried to deliver green space on-site as well and improvements to the site that there is there, notwithstanding the level changes. In terms of the your recollection, Councillor Campbell, you're right. We have been to the site before. We looked at the principles of this emerging scheme, and they haven't changed in terms of the form and footprint. And that was in 2017.
Okay. Is that okay, Colin? Councillor Khan, please.
Well, can I just say?
Yeah, do.
I ask the question every time about the green space, and we always get Daljit has a pat answer now, and he's very good at it. But actually, I would like to know the answer to that.
Okay.
I've actually got while Councillor Campbell was speaking, I've got a reply back from Chris Briggs, who's on the call. You can't speak, you know, Chris.
You can't, Chris. Come in. Come in, Chris.
Shall I just, Chris, can you speak or are you having problems? Okay, what Chris has said to me is that the calculated green space would have been 0.78 hectares if we had tried to achieve it all on site. Hello? Chair, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Can we come back to that, Daljit, rather than wait? There's quite a few questions coming.
No, okay. Well, I think I've provided the answer that Chris has given to me. Councillor Campbell asked how much green space will be needed to be provided on site to meet the policy, and it's 0.78 hectares.
Okay, but Colin, are you satisfied with that?
Yeah, I got that, Chair. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Khan, please.
Thank you, Chair. And Daljit, thank you for your presentation. Mike, I've got a few questions as well. Can you take me a journey through connectivity to the site from the city centre and from the Rich Mineral area, please?
Yeah, sure. Cody, can I have the site plan slide right at the beginning? I think it's slide 29. Oh, please. Keep going. It's a wider site context slide right at the beginning. I think that'll do. That, yes, that's fine. Sorry. Okay, so I think if you can go to the next slide, please, Chloe. That's probably better. Okay. So, Councillor Khan, in terms of the site, the site's very accessible in terms of being able to access, you know, whether it's by walking, cycling, car. It's on the main route into town. I don't have a cursor, but the site bounds East Street. It's no more than you know, a few minutes walk to the junction with Crown Point Road and where the Ibis Hotel is along East Street. If you go up Bow Street and up to Ellaby Road, you're linking into Berman Tops and Richmond Hill. You're no more than a few minutes walk away from Saxton Gardens along that way. And then in the future, there's a part of the proposal is to provide a crossing across East Street, and there'll be links across the river through the existing bridge over to Leeds Dock, or the proposed or the new bridge that's been provided through the Low Fall site, which is in the other direction along East Street across the River Aire. So the site is very accessible in that way.
Thank you for echoing the crossing on East Street. I welcome this. And, you know, on the Ellaby Road, there's a rising level as well. And we discussed previous application regarding accessibility to regarding disability. And because it's got quite a bit high rise level, will the ramp or the footpath will be accessible for people with disabilities and push chairs as well?
Alwood?
Yes, because of the level changes, it's going to be very difficult to get provide a 1 in 20 gradient, which is considered to be level in terms of ramp. The land take and the switchbacks would be extensive, but what is being provided is a considerable improvement on the existing levels, and there will be seating areas and resting areas along that. So the developer will be complying with the standards, the landscape standards for accessibility as far as possible, and that be controlled through the conditions.
And finally, Dalji, you know, because it's, we welcome, I mean, as a ward member for Bermtos Richmond Hill, we welcome the development. But however, there's no shopping facilities there. You know, if you want to buy a milk, especially in the evenings, or, you know, just want a loaf of bread, where's the nearest supermarket for those over 300 residents going to be living on these site?
The development itself is clearly providing the opportunity for some local shopping facilities. There are existing facilities at Leeds Dock, which are now accessible with the new bridge crossing over the river, and there are plans for more significant shopping facilities, as you know, Councillor Khan, at the Cropperfield site, further out from the city, but not too far from this site. So in my experience, it tends to go hand in hand. As development moves in, then the facilities come along as well. And this development does provide the opportunity for new shops to be located with the development, within the development.
Thank you, Dalji. Peter Cllr, please.
Thanks, Chair. I've got a couple of questions, really. One, I would like to hear a bit more from the district valuer. Just obviously we're quite some distance away from the amount of affordable properties we'd normally be looking on here, so I'd like to hear what the the exceptional costs are that lead to that in this location. The other thing I was going to mention, obviously Colin's brought up about the green space in general, but when we saw the slide with the streetscape some distance away, we saw that really that's quite a blank streetscape full of just brick in essence. I'm not saying the building shouldn't be brick, but I wondered what opportunities have been taken to seek maybe greenery either on the building, such as a green wall, apologies Councillor Walshaw for getting in before you, or other types of greenery around the building, just to try and liven up that streetscape, because really it's hard materials only around there, and I think we could do with something to break that up.
Thank you, Peter. If we bring in Brian Maguire first, and maybe he can help that on your first question, and Dalgid, I'm sure we'll come back regarding the landscaping and street scene. Brian?
Hello. Just as background to this scheme, we first became involved in assessing viability in 2016, and we've looked at a number of scenarios submitted by the current applicant, I think 2 or 3 viabilities, 2 viability assessments. The main issues with this development, and I've got to just add that, as you probably all know, I've looked at all of the PRS schemes, the build to rent schemes in Leeds city centre. So the main issue with this site is it's probably the most distant PRS scheme in Leeds at the moment that's planned or in planning. And I think that's a disadvantage when it comes to valuing the property. There are arguably better located schemes in planning or have been granted planning. I won't mention any names unless you want me to. But basically, in valuing the site, we've reflected its position, its location, in terms of distance from the city centre and the central business district. And what that's done is it's had an effect on the rents that you can potentially charge for the completed development. So when we compare them to the other PRS schemes that I've assessed in the city, these particular apartments are at a lower level of value to rent per month than the others, and it simply reflects its location or relative location to the city centre and other competing schemes. So that's talking about the value. The other issue, and if you wouldn't mind bringing up slide 49 again, please.
Thanks, Cody.
Thank you. 49, please. I hope you can see the CGI of effectively 3 buildings, which are all brick built. And Dalgit touched on this earlier. It is in a sort of sensitive heritage setting, and as a consequence, the scheme has some engineering challenges, but not least the cost of constructing the building with brick in the most part is going to have having a significant effect on its viability in terms of construction costs. When we've looked at other PRS schemes in the city centre, they mainly comprise of a system build where you've got composite panelling. It's safe, but it's composite panelling, and in order to mitigate any problems with its sensitive heritage centre situation or setting, the building costs have come out at a lot higher, well, not a lot higher, but substantially higher than other PRS schemes in the city centre. So in conclusion, and I can answer any questions that you may have, it's a combination of its location, the likely rents that the flats will achieve, and the development costs associated with predominantly brick built multi-storey buildings in that location.
Thank you for that explanation, Brian. Peter, is that okay?
Yes, that's a good answer. Thank you. I don't think we'd seek for it to be built of something else. And
No.
I guess the one thing I can take away from that is that the rents on these apartments are going to be lower than those elsewhere in the city, even if they aren't what we deem to be affordable. So that's at least one positive from that side.
Thanks, Peter. Can I bring in Councillor Latte next, please?
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. There are a number of 3-bed flats within these buildings. Where are they, please? And the other question is the accessibility of surgery, clinic, those sort of facilities, please.
Thank you. Dalgid, I forgot to ask you to answer the question regarding landscaping and street scene for Peter. So maybe you could do that at the same time. Thank you.
Yeah, yes, thank you, Chair. Cody, if we can go to slide 56, please. Thank you. Councillor Callil, in respect to your question, I think we found it very difficult to be able to set the buildings back off East Street, as well as get the 4-metre wide footpath width, and still deliver acceptable gaps within the site, and work with the levels of the hill. At the same time, the general character of the historic buildings along East Street in this immediate area is buildings on the back edge of the pavement. So that's the reason why the building is set on the back edge of the pavement. But there were opportunities for greening, and this image shows the embankment between the proposed buildings and the Boyd's Mill, listed Boyd's Mill and St Saviour's Church on the hill. And that will be landscaped and improved all the way down to East Street. So that provides a significant area of greening. We haven't discussed the options of putting green walls on the buildings, but I think the detailing to the brickwork and the approach to the brickwork is important for the heritage setting. I'm not saying you can't have green walls, but I think the buildings will speak for themselves in terms of their detailing. In terms of Councillor Latta, your questions, I don't have a plan showing exactly where the 3-bed units are. I'm assuming.
Just wondered, Dalgid, are they on the top or the bottom, or you know? I didn't want a spot-on position.
Okay, I don't have that to hand, but I can. I've asked Chris, who's on the call but can't get online. I've asked him to look that up, so perhaps I can have that for you later. And sorry, remind me, what was the other question?
The other question, the accessibility of doctor surgery, clinic, those sort of facilities.
Okay. I don't know exactly where the nearest facilities are. I know more widely, because of the development that's taking place in this area, we're in discussions with our health colleagues about facilities that are available, and it's something that local ward members have raised with us. But again, perhaps I've asked Chris is listening in on the panel, and if he has information, I'll relay that to you later.
Okay, just one last question. Councillor Khan asked about the distance into town, and you said it's quite a short trot, and yet we've just heard the valuer say that rents are going to be considerably lower because it's a long way into town. I just wondered how you square those two arguments.
In terms of its location, in terms of the built environment, the higher density flat development and the more traditional housing, it's on the edge of town in that sense. But in terms of walkability and access, the area is changing. You'll recall we went to Low Fold, which is just on the opposite side of the river from here. And with the proposed crossing coming with this development across East Street, and the bridge that's now been put in over the River Aire on the Low Fold site, then the access in walking terms to, for example, Leeds Dock and the facilities there is walkable. You know, I would say that's no more than 10 minutes. Similarly, walking access down East Street towards where the Ibis Hotel is at that junction, which I view to be part of the town is, no more than 10 minutes. But yes, in terms of the core city centre, in terms of the train station, in terms of the mature part of the city centre, where the civic hall is and so on, it's much further away. It's not seen as part of that mature part of the city centre.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Don.
Thank you. Councillor Walshaw, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, Peter Carlo, rascal, you did ask questions about the DV and about greenery, but I just building on what the district valuer, and thanks for that work, said to Councillor Carlo, just pondering through. This is a city centre development in an area that's proven extremely popular for build to rent. But it seems to me that the pursuit of a heritage landscape seems to have costing us quite a lot in policy terms. The V word appears through this assessment quite a lot, Chair. So what I want to quite to understand from an officer point of view is, why is the questionable value of yet more brick buildings in Leeds? And Chair, you'll cast your mind back to many years on this panel when people have complained regularly about the Leeds look of endless red bricks everywhere. Why is that more important than missing out on affordable housing targets? Because to me, Chair, the affordable housing crisis in this city and writ large in the country is perhaps a bit more important than getting that nice brick look. So I want some questions on that. So it's not really a question to the DV, I think it's more a question to officers. Why have we pursued that strategy at the expense of something, to my mind, which is more important, which is affordable housing? But also, a further question is, are there similar looking build to rent projects in the city that have returned policy compliant affordable housing, yet have had a similar look, a similar build, Chair? I think that'd be important for me to understand before I could look further into application. I think those I would need some further detail on, and if that requires further work, then so be it, Chair. There is a real question about the look and the lack of. It is close to a main road. It is close to a very, very busy route. It is a route we're trying to produce active travel. There is a problem with the lack of greenery and somewhat of a lack of thought. There isn't. I'd like to ask the applicant why there isn't, for example, photovoltaics on the roof in a prime spot for that. I'd like to also ask the applicant. I mean, I've looked at the assessment that they put in about the DV, and there are a lot of not agreeds in that, Chair. And I think we've seen financial submissions by developers before. I cast my mind back to the famous one where they tried to claim that having a roof was a special exception from any contributions to Leeds as a city and our communities. So that's problematic, and it goes through the application, Chair. It's not policy. Well, there's a lack of electric vehicle charging points. Yeah, EV purchases and rentals are going through the roof, Chair, but apparently they can't be built in because of viability. Well, when the EV revolutions run through and no one wants to rent their flats because they can't charge their cars there, or they're having to retrofit EV, they'll probably regret that. They're building in costs further down the line. That's a huge concern, Chair. I'd like to get clear in my mind, and apologies if I've missed it. What is the cycling provision? And then within that cycling provision, what's the cycling provision for electric cycles? Further question. And then they talk about an on-site combined heat and power. Could they explain what fuel source that will use? What's the sort of the system they're proposing to use for that, Chair? So a few questions for the applicant, and then obviously some commentary later on, depending on the answers. Thanks.
Okay. Okay. Well, maybe we'd start with the heritage side and the red brick, and maybe David would want to come in. I have to say I totally disagree with you on that one, but your opinion is different than mine. David or Daljit, could you deal with that one, please?
Yeah, happy to pick up on it. I mean, in terms of the elevational treatment, as officers, we're not insisting that it has to be brick materiality. We support it. We think it's very good, and it helps with the heritage setting. But as other buildings along there have testified, we have looked at alternatives. I wasn't aware that it's so crucial to the viability. Brian has obviously made his comments, but it's one of the considerations. I'm aware that the applicant for a long time and still maintains that the scheme is not viable, and this has been a protracted negotiation between the district valuer and the applicant. So I would just want members to note that, but I'm sure Brian can come in again if needed. In terms of a number of the other questions, I think they are for the applicant. Clearly the electric vehicle charging point requirement isn't policy compliant, but there is an issue for the applicants in that they'd have to have less spaces to provide the infrastructure, and those spaces equate to value for the development, which they can't afford to lose because of the viability reasons. In terms of cycle parking provision and so on, and the other details, and in terms of the combined heat and power, if I may, Chair, perhaps you can ask the applicant to clarify the facts on those aspects. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Dalji. Jonathan, do you want to come in or invite somebody in at this stage?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think these questions are best answered by Gavin Douglas of Harrison's. He's been closer to the viability. I've got 4 questions that Councillor Walshaw's asked. Photovoltaics, why haven't we got them? The level of EV charging points, cycling provision, particularly electric cycles, and what's the form of fuel for the CHP on site? I think that's right, Councillor Walshaw. Okay, so if I could ask Gavin Douglas to please answer those, that'd be very helpful. Thank you.
Thanks, Jonathan. Gavin, please.
Thanks, John. Thanks, Chair. So I think just before I do, I'd just very briefly like to take the opportunity just to respond slightly more on the viability and the construction cost. So it's not just the red brick, it's the cost of the brick detailing and the depth of the recesses and the panels. We've got a three-tiered depth to the facades to create interest and create quality. But more than that, it's actually the cost of building into the bank. So we've got huge retaining walls, we've got including contiguous piled walls, we've got steps in the facade, we've got areas where we can't get natural daylighting into the building, all of which don't generate apartments for use. So it's those costs that actually have an impact on the build cost. Alongside that, we've also got 2 large public sewers that we've got to divert through the site to avoid the location of the buildings, because the buildings have been located to create a vehicular access, and also to respect the surrounding properties to be sat far enough away from the listed buildings and the like. So it's a bit of a jigsaw puzzle to try and align the buildings, determine what space is left, and that inherently creates quite large construction costs in a site that vary between a 12 and a 14 metre level change. So I just think it's important just to make those points in terms of the build cost. It's not just the red brick, it's also all of the work that's done below ground, the costs that are hidden that you don't actually get any value back from, but are integral to the design. Touching on your points on PV, and I think it links to the CHP that you've referred to. So to answer your question directly, the CHP is a gas-fired combined heat and power generator, and what that does is it takes in the gas and it creates an amount of electricity that can be used to generate lighting and heating for the common parts, and that has quite a big benefit in terms of carbon reduction and in meeting your environmental policies. We are far in excess of the 20% improvement over building regulations compliance in terms of CO2. But we've also future-proofed the scheme by allowing a future connection to the district heating network, which actually runs directly along the northern boundary of the site, the northeastern boundary along Ellaby Road. So by actually using the gas approach and by having centralised boilers and a centralised heating system and a centralised energy system, that actually reduces the standing losses rather than everybody having their own hot water within the apartments. So we are able to connect that district heating network. That's subject to future negotiations. And from memory, I think it goes from an above 20% improvement on carbon emission to I think between 26 and 40% improvement with the district heating network. And it's on that grounds that we haven't included the photovoltaics, because again, whilst they bring some benefit to the carbon reduction, the cost of them we feel outweighs the benefit of the district heating network. And given that we have the issue of relatively low rental levels against particularly high construction costs on this challenging site, with all of these matters, we're trying to play one off against each other and provide as many affordable houses as we can on site, provide over £600,000 worth of contributions in terms of the off-site highways improvements with a pedestrian crossing, sill payments of £130,000. We've got the just shy of £300,000 in terms of open space contributions. We've got a travel plan fund of £60,000. It'll generate income of council tax in excess of £500,000 per annum. So what we're trying to do is look at this in the whole, and we accept that it's not policy compliant in terms of affordable housing nor EV charging points. Now I'd just like to touch on that because you did ask that question as well. We're offering to provide 31 vehicle charging points, and that's based on the amount of capacity that's in the local network. So Block A, which is a standalone block bound by Bow Street and Ellaby and East Street, has its own energy centre to supply just that block. There is at the time that we submitted the application, and now we still believe, sufficient capacity within the electrical network to provide that building with the power supply that we need. If we look to increase the number of EV charging points under that block, then we would need an additional power station, a substation, apologies. So with the upgrade works of that, the additional amount of power that we need, the cost of the substation integration into the scheme, the additional lower ground floor space take would reduce the number of car parking spaces, which would again have a hit on the income for the rental levels. So if we take that that logic and we apply that to the main site as well for blocks B, C and D, we're proposing the majority of the electric vehicle charging points are over there. The scheme already includes for a substation on that site to power blocks B, C and D because there's not sufficient capacity. But with the cost of an additional substation over and above that, the power supply and the twin charging points to each of them, it's just shy of £600,000 worth of cost. Now, if we did that and we incorporated the EV charging points, then we'd have an additional £600,000 worth of costs which we've had independently verified by 3 different principal contractors at different stages throughout the scheme and a reputable local cost consultant, all of which have fed into our viability report. So whilst we could potentially provide more, we'd be robbing Peter to pay Paul. And I suppose the question here really is, do we want to provide £300,000 of off-site open space contributions, or do we want to provide 8 affordable units, or do we want to provide more than 31 EV charging points? So what we've tried to do is balance all of those and provide you with what we believe and what officers and the DV believe is the best balance. I don't really know what more I can say to answer those questions, but I think I've answered all of your questions then, Councillor Walshaw.
Yeah, thanks, Gavin. I appreciate the thorough explanation of your approach and the balances between the two. No, thanks. I'm satisfied, Chair.
Thank you, and thank you, Gavin. You have comprehensively answered those questions. It's Councillor Khan again, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just briefly, just one clarification. Looking at the slide 42, Dalgate, at the car park, I can see some dotted trees, but landscaping, I can't. Can you go into details what the landscape is going to be entailing? Will you have shrubs? And also, who's going to be taking the responsibility of maintenance of landscaping within the compound?
Dalgate, please.
Thank you, Chair. The landscaping will not just trees. There'll be improvements to the embankment, so there will be shrubs, there will be planting, as well as creation of improved footpath routes. And the developer will be responsible for the site. We're not taking it on as public space, so this will have public access as normal with other city centre sites. We will negotiate that, but the developer will be responsible for the maintenance and upkeep of their site.
Okay, Dal. Okay, Councillor Khan.
Yes, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Any comments, please, from members?
Can I jump in? I don't know if there's any blue hands up.
Go ahead.
But I'm all in favour of a sympathetic brick to match the listed buildings at the other side of East Street. I'm not in favour of the bright red brick, which does seem to have predominated in the last 20, 30 years in Leeds. But we want the matching historic coloured bricks so that they don't stand out like a sore thumb. That's it.
Thank you, Liz. Councillor Latty, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Fully agree with what Elizabeth has just said about the brick. I do think that a little bit more thought could have gone into that. And I do think that the way that the very tops of the buildings are delineated, something could be done. We frequently get this where buildings don't have anything to stop them drifting off up into the sky. And I do think that something could be done to draw it. Sorry, Liz?
Sorry?
Something could be done about that.
Sorry, I forgot to mute.
The other thing, we made great play about the view of the church. I must be honest, I think that's very contrived. And unless you're in a car or standing on that traffic island, you ain't going to see the church through that gap. But okay, you know, we can't have everything in this life. I think a bit further along the road are some buildings that we agreed a few years ago. Ones I've always thought of them as like ship's funnels, but I think they're gorgeous. And I think that in terms of the actual design of these buildings, a couple of points have been missed. I think having a look at what's about might have helped here. Okay, leave it at that.
Thank you, Graham. Councillor Campbell, please.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I've got a number of comments which I jotted down as the discussion took place, and they may not necessarily be in order, but I think they're all relative. Well, let's start with the amenity space on site, which is, of course, the steepest part of the site, which is the most difficult to develop. And once again, we see a developer effectively saying to us, the land I can't use to build on can be the amenity space. I'm not sure I actually think the idea of a central courtyard stroke, which isn't a courtyard, but it's actually a large car park, is a good idea. I think you're going to end up with a strange wasteland in between the blocks. And certainly the odd tree that's appeared on the artist's impression, there seems to be, well, experience tells us, doesn't it, that if you put a tree in a car park, you need to have some fairly substantial protection to stop it leaping out in front of a car and being knocked down. Quite frankly, at the very beginning of the presentation, there was a slide which had 3 listed buildings on the top and 3 newer developments on the bottom. One of the things that you do when you look at certainly slides like that is that the buildings on the top had what you might describe as character. This development has absolutely no character at all. And I know that we've got detailing, i.e. we're making some bricks stick out here and we've got window recesses, but the overall view is a utilitarian buildings, in my opinion. Peter raised the issue, I think, of in effect the frontage onto East Street. And when we discussed this in 2017, we also had a similar discussion about East Street is beginning to look bleak because, as Daljeet says, all the properties, all the new ones in particular, are onto the back of the pavement. And I actually think you could, on this site, pull the building that faces onto East Street back a bit and create some sort of proper buffer which isn't just a pavement or a cycle path, but actually, as we've seen in other parts of the city, where they actually introduce some sort of planting to do that. The other thing is that we've got effectively two sites which are linked. The small horseshoe building, for example, seems to be built in the same style as the other part of the site. And I don't see any reason why you shouldn't have a building of a different character on that corner. I've raised the issue of green space, and you know my views on developers buying out green space on site by giving us a contribution to existing green space. It means that in the long term, we reduce the amount of green space in the city. And in many ways, the people who live in these blocks will be disadvantaged because they don't have the access to green space that some other areas do. The obvious one that I'm going to raise is affordability. It is ironic, isn't it, that the first item we discussed was in relation to a policy situation. And that policy was around car parking. And officers argued cogently that we should stick to policy in relation to car parking. And any developer who dared to come along with extra car parking should be resisted. Well, we have a policy about affordable housing. And quite frankly, I think affordable housing is much more important than car parking. And yet what we're saying about this site is the affordable contribution here is laughable. It's almost non-existent. I'm even surprised we even started discussing it. And so for that reason, there's no way that I think I can support that. We go on to viability. And we've had various comments about why it's expensive to build here, whatever, and the comment in relation to the electric charging. Now, it seems to me that there's a government policy that all cars will be electric. So that point, I think it might have been Neil or Peter made, which is that at some point in the future, they're going to need an electric charging point, because if they haven't got one, they won't be able to have a car or a vehicle. So the idea that simply because the electric network won't take it at the moment, what we've said in other areas is, well, that's an arrangement you have to make with the suppliers. It's not a reason for not doing things, or not a reason for us not to expect that you should do things. Given the comments by the developer about how difficult the site is to develop and how, in effect, they're producing a scheme which, in my opinion, is substandard, I just wonder if this is the right scheme for this site. If they can't make it stand up with what they're wanting to do, then logic tells me they ought to try and do something else. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Colin. Councillor Walshaw, please. Neil?
Yeah, sorry, Chair. Thanks. Very sort of similar thoughts to Colin at this time. First of all, though, I would like to say I very, very, very much appreciate the candid walkthrough that Gavin did about their approach. And I think that was refreshingly straightforward and very honest with us regarding the sort of the Chinese puzzle box of factors to build into getting a scheme to the point where it's where it is now. It's very, very commendable and well thought through. However, though, like Colin, I've got some concerns about this. For example, very much respect the DV work, and it's been enormously helpful over many years and many applications. And perhaps it's the case that we can't really look forward in time, but I think as elected members we can. Now, this area is in a rapidly changing area. So, for example, this area will be within fairly short order, in very close proximity to the low carbon district, the zero carbon district, effectively, across from Situ at Low Fold, all those passive houses. this is becoming, and also the factory that will assemble those kind of houses. So this is becoming, you know, a locality that's going to be very different, which calls into question, I think, whether to what weight and value we should put on considerations of rental values, and that feeds into viability, which then, Chair, feeds through a lot of the issues that myself and other members have raised so far today in this session. So I've got real concerns. The choice of materials does seem to be weighing very heavily as part of that, and that's a concern. Does that need a rethink? I put out to fellow panel members. Is the amount of housing there, is that right? Do we trade units for more betterment for Leeds and for a more sustainable and viable development? We've certainly taken that approach on the South Bank with Vaston. So is that something that we should consider? So we do have policies for a reason. We don't pluck them out of the air. Now, we do try to be pragmatic. There's an example of that earlier today, but that was for very, very specific reasons, which I pointed out when I voted, Chair. So I think there are still questions to be answered on this. I've absolutely no problem with the principle of development on this site. We want to see brownfield sites come back in. But having looked at this, and we've gone over it in length, Chair, like Councillor Campbell, I would pose the question, is this the right development? Is this the right development for this developer, to take forward at this point on this site? And also, I think somebody raised the question of what does that street scene look like? I think that is problematic, and I think that this would add to it. I think it is lacking in greenery in places so far, and we would question ourselves whether we should add to that, when actually there are probably design solutions for all of these things. So it's those. To such, I've got grave concerns at the moment with it, Chair, and in the theme of trying to be helpful, rather than say throw everything out, wouldn't it be perhaps a thought to consider taking a pause on this so that people can look again at this? We don't have to be wedded to the application in front of us after all. We do have to obviously consider the application in front of us, but it does seem that members have got some concerns, Chair. I'll put that open to other panel members.
Thank you, Neil.
Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Khan, please. You're muted.
Is that any better? Can you hear me now?
We can.
Yeah. Thank you. Just to follow on from Councillor Walshaw, principally, I'm not against this development on this site, but however, there are questions in his answering, as what Councillor Latty said earlier about the medical facilities and the shopping facilities, and also red brick, the blocks needs to be broken up and electric charges not being provided at these sites. I will second Councillor Walshaw's motion to let's rethink this again and let's bring it back to the plans panel for further discussion on this one, Chair. On those issues.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Walshaw hasn't actually put the motion forward. He's talked about reflect on it, but the first motion we'll have to vote on anyway is the officer's recommendation. But we can go back to that should you wish. Councillor Blackburn.
Thanks, Chair. When I first looked at this, I thought I was underwhelmed, and I've got to say I've kept quiet so far and listened to what other members have asked questions about, and I'm even more underwhelmed. I'm looking here at page 55, which is the sort of courtyard, or a massive car park with lots of cars on it and two buildings that look particularly ordinary, and that sums it up. It's about it's like a planning application from yesterday, not one from tomorrow. And this site will be out of date before it's built. It needs more charges. It needs to work to a modern idiom, and basically it needs more green space. The green space isn't satisfactory. It's all on an hillside, and it's. I know East Street from many years ago. I used to work down East Street when it were a lot different to it is now. But what we're doing there, we're having no green space at the front of them. What we're doing is we're producing like a wind tunnel, and it'll be back like it was in old days when I worked down there. Just vehicles coming up and down, and awful to walk up and down. And I think what they've come forward with is just not acceptable.
Thank you, David. Councillor Garthwaite, please.
Really, I agree with an awful lot of what's just been said. Personally, I think this is the city centre. People will think of themselves as being in the city centre, I think, but it's really not, to me, looking like it'll be much of a community. With all these one-bed flats, really not particularly nice compared to Situ, compared to the Tetley development. When I think of all the work that's being done on the riverside at the moment, and people walking along there, walking over the pedestrian bridge, they'll see this, and I don't think that they will be impressed. I really don't. And I think that's a great shame. Particularly around there, it's appearing in a lot of television programs, in films, and it's iconic. We owe it to Leeds to make it look good. We owe that to the whole of Leeds. I'm not saying some bits of Leeds should look awful, but I don't think this would do it. I really don't. And I think that would be a great shame. I think it needs to be greener. I don't mind the red brick myself, but I find the design quite old-fashioned, particularly as I think it was Councillor Blackburn said on page 55, that parking space in the middle, it just doesn't look up to date, the sort of thing that we're usually looking at the moment. To me, affordability is very important as well. I do understand the viability concerns of the developer because it is a difficult site, but I do think that another look at it, trying to match the imagination that's being shown in other parts of the centre and around the centre at the moment and in Leeds would be a very good idea. Thank you.
Thanks, Al. Councillor Gruen, please. Caroline.
Thank you, Chair. Just to add weight to the argument, I agree with all of the points that have been made so far, and I would propose that we defer it to ask the developer specifically to look at green space, increasing the affordability housing allocation, and a much more considered approach to the design. I do think there's a potential for a quality development of this type in this location, but I don't feel that this is finished or considered enough. And those specific things that I've listed, I think nearly all the speakers who've spoken have referred to those things. So that would be my proposal.
Thank you. That's acceptable. Councillor Walshaw, do you want to second that?
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I do. And just to make sure that the deferment takes in all the aspects. I mean, Caroline's pretty much mentioned all of them. I'm sure there are a few more that Daljeet's been furiously taking notes about. And it's effectively, we specifically want developers to look at, where's this area going to be in 5, 10, 15 years? It's going to be a really different area. And this needs to reflect that. And I think all the points that members have raised needs to be considered in that. But yes, very happy to second Councillor Gruen's motion.
Okay, we have that on the table now. Can I ask Daljeet to sum up before we go to the vote, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I think it's fair to say most members are not supportive of the officer's recommendation at the moment, and in terms of the proposals. The particular number of comments have been made, but particular focus has been on the design of the buildings. Some feel that it's a bit outdated and could be better. The approach to the frontage to East Street, there's a consideration that more greenery needs to be provided. The approach to the car parking in the courtyard area and the impact of that. There's dissatisfaction with the affordable housing provision. However, I must add that unlike the earlier applications, members considered in this case our affordable housing policies do allow for viability considerations to be taken into place, to be taken into account, and they're unlikely to change going forward. So members need to bear that in mind. There's also been comments about the approach to electric future-proofing the building in terms of sustainability, electric vehicle charging. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Daljeet. Proposal on the table then, moved by Caroline Gruen, seconded by Councillor Walshaw, to defer it for the items raised. So can I have a vote on that? I'll go through in alphabetical order, if I may, starting with Councillor Blackburn. Are you for, against, or abstain?
I'm in favour of Caroline Gruen's motion.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Unfortunately, Chair, I'm going to have to vote against it because I feel that this is not an application that can be tweaked. It needs a radical rethink.
Okay. Councillor Khalil.
I'm for the motion, Chair.
Councillor Dan Cohen.
While I have sympathy for what Councillor Campbell says, I support the motion, but it is going to need a radical rethink before it comes back.
Thank you. Councillor Al Garthwaite.
I support the motion and agree it needs a really big rethink.
Councillor Caroline Gruen.
Support the motion, Chair.
Councillor Peter Gruen.
Radical support.
Councillor Asghar Khan.
Happy to support, Chair.
Councillor Graham Latty.
Support.
Councillor Elizabeth Nash.
Support.
Councillor Paul Wadsworth.
Support.
Councillor Neil Walshaw.
Thanks, Chair. Support, and within, if the applicant is wise, within everything he's heard from members this afternoon, he should really be thinking towards a serious and in-depth radical rethink, Chair.
Thank you for that. And for John's benefit, I support Caroline's motion too. So that's clearly carried. Moving on then. Oh, Daljeet, do you want to come back and reflect where we go from here, please?
Thank you, Chair. So the motion has been carried to defer determination of the application to allow officers to discuss with the applicant the concerns that have been raised by panel, broadly grouped in terms of the green space impact and relationship to East Street frontage, the design of the development, the approach to affordable housing, and car parking. If there's anything I've missed out, by all means, we have the recording and we'll go back to that. But we'll raise out those with the applicant. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Daljeet, and thank you, members, for that debate. Can we go on to final item, agenda item 11? Pre-app on Arena Point, Merrion Way, Leeds, and there will be an applicant who's going to present it. I'm not sure who it is. Do we know who's presenting?
Sorry, Chair. Yes, it's Matthew Rhodes, planning agent, and also the architects on the scheme.
Hi, Matt. When you're ready, then please present.
Yeah. Just double check. We've got Gary and Andrew just ready and waiting as well.
You muted it, right?
Okay, excellent. Good afternoon, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to present today. I'll provide the background to the scheme before handing over to lead architect Gary East to run through the proposals in greater detail. Olympia Homes is an experienced developer of purpose-built student accommodation and has delivered or is currently constructing around 3,500 student beds across the country. This includes Altus House, formerly known as Hume House, which lies adjacent to the site. Olympian is keen to build an existing relationship with Leeds City Council, and the proposals before you today highlights ambition to invest further in the city. As members will be aware, the site lies in an area that has undergone significant change over the past 10 years and is now referred to as the Arena Quarter. The new focus on leisure and residential development in the area has coincided with the southern and western parts of the city centre becoming the main focus for office accommodation, with modern developments in locations such as Wellington Place, Sovereign Street and Majestic providing accommodation tailored to 21st century office trends. These factors have been reduced the market attractiveness of Arena Point, so that is only 40% occupied. And the current COVID-19 pandemic is only likely to exacerbate the situation as demand for office space reduces going forward. The proposed development therefore represents an exciting opportunity to redevelop an underutilised site and deliver a scheme more in keeping with the surrounding uses and architectural language of the area. As referred to in the officer report, there are approximately 38,000 university students in the city presently without access to purpose-built student accommodation. Market research carried out by the applicant Olympian also indicates that even with recently approved schemes built out, there will still only be around 1 student accommodation bed for every 2 students within the city by 2022-23. The proposed development will directly address this need and contribute to a greater choice of accommodation, supporting Leeds' reputation as a first-class national and international destination for higher education. At the same time, the proposals will free up more traditional housing stock for young professionals, first-time buyers and families, contributing positively to Leeds' overall housing supply. And over the past 12 months, we have worked closely with planning and design officers to arrive at the scheme you see today. As the site lies within a location where tall buildings are accepted, discussions have mainly focused on the height, scale and massing of the building, and I'm pleased that officers are generally supportive of our proposals. Close attention has also been had to internal living accommodation, with proposals providing rooms of similar size to other schemes within the city, but with a greater quantum of communal amenity space to ensure that excellent and attractive living arrangements are provided. The design has also been developed with input from an extensive technical team, many of which worked on the adjacent Altus House proposals. Work is underway in assessing potential impact of wind, detailing sustainability measures to meet council policies, and promoting sustainable travel and the management of student pickup and drop-off. And these details, as I say, are all underway, but will be submitted as part of the forthcoming planning application. I will now hand over to Gary, who will talk you through the scheme in a bit more detail, but happy to answer any questions thereafter.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. You may remember me sitting here about 3 years ago when we were presenting Altus House, but here we are, fortunate enough to be presenting Arena Point to you this afternoon. If the slide could be changed, please. Thank you. The proposed site at Arena Point on Merriam Way presents an exciting opportunity to replace a tired and redundant 21-storey office building, especially given the high quality and taller developments now completed at White Rose View and the ongoing Altus House. Slide. And again. And again. Thank you. Our proposal has evolved over several months, including very constructive meetings with the Leeds planning team, the design officer and highways, and has resulted in an elegant and restrained slender tower, which we believe will make the most appropriate contribution to the tall building cluster and public realm on Merriam Way. Slide, please. This slide shows building heights in the locality, and the site is surrounded by historic and more recent tall building developments, as I'm sure you're aware. Slide. Regarding the wider context, the site is located in close proximity to the higher education institutions, the city centre and associated amenities. The site is also located within close proximity to a variety of green spaces accessible to the public. Slide. Existing public realm. As can be seen, the existing public realm is substandard, non-welcoming, awaiting the Merriam Way upgrade. The existing building offers no active street frontages and its main entrance is not easily accessible. Slide, please. Arena Point sits within an area designated for tall building clusters, as I'm sure you're aware. Next slide, please. Regarding the footprint. These diagrams show the evolution of the plan form of the building to maximise the footprint of the existing building and to provide the best sunlight, daylight and outlook for the proposals. The design development of an acceptable footprint was determined by the existing building line, defined by White Rose View and Arena Point, and the requirement for a minimum of 3 metre wide pavements surrounding the proposals. The building line maintains the prominence of Altus House when viewed along Merrion Way. Conscious of the quality of the improvements to Merrion Way public realm, there's an immediate opportunity to significantly improve the quality of public realm in the environment around the site, bringing benefits to Altus House, the CLB Tower and visitors to the arena. Next slide, please. Massing. The massing studies show the later evolution of our massing ideas, which have been discussed in depth with officers, and how we agree that this particular location could accept a slightly taller element than Altus House, option C being the preferred treatment on the right-hand side of the sheet. The studies show how the constraints of the site, long and narrow, have enabled us to create elevations which emphasize verticality and, more importantly, create a building of slender proportions, which we consider to be critical when designing a tall building. In the earlier options, a recess was introduced to create 2 narrow vertical forms to emphasize verticality. However, following discussions with the design officer, the early options evolved into option C, which led to the massing being stepped back from Merrion Way for the high stories, creating 2 stronger vertical elements, which are further emphasized and articulated by the setback top floors. I think it can be seen from the sketches that this design development greatly improved the expression of the massing. Next slide, please. Here we have the ground floor plan with the reception area facing Merrion Way. The main entrance into the building is below a generous 3-storey porch and emphasised by the wider spaced columns. The reception principally faces Merrion Way and will be directly overlooked by the 24-hour managed desk in the reception area. A separate management and security office is provided. The main entrance is controlled by fob access, and the reception space provides active street frontage to Merrion Way and the corner of Tower House Street. The ground floor reception space is approximately 3.5 metres high and provides an entrance space of 75 square metres, including the lobby. The reception area provides some amenity space, which is part of a total amenity space provision of around 970 square metres for students to meet and relax and foster a sense of community. The reception area provides access to the lifts, giving access to all upper floors, the escape staircase and bins and bike stores. The entrance experience will be enhanced by the improvements to the surrounding public realm works. And just to say that amenity space content to be allocated to spaces identified elsewhere at levels 1, 2, 37 and 42 are fitness room, cinema room, quiet study rooms, a common room with games, etc., and a laundrette. If we can change slide, please. Level 1 on the left shows the amenity spaces above the reception area with the entrance within the entrance porch overlooking both Merrion Way and Tower House Street, together with a management office and water tank rooms. Level 2 on the right shows 3 further amenity spaces overlooking all sides of the building and the staff welfare room. Next slide, please. Levels 3 to 28 provide 2 6-bed cluster flats, 1 4-bed cluster flat, 3 studios. Levels 29 to 36 show 2 6-bed flats and 7 studios. Next slide, please. Level 37 has 2 6-bed flats, a store and 115 square metres of roof terrace, which will be challenging at that height, I'm sure you can appreciate. Then a plan that's not shown here is levels 38 to 41, so I do apologise, which has 2 6-bed flats and a store. And then the top floor, level 42, has 2 further amenity spaces. Next slide, please. These are some examples of the interiors that we've provided on some recent schemes. We don't have any completed at Altus yet that we can photograph, but they'll be coming soon. And then another slide, please. And then another slide. Thank you. O'Connell East Architects have been designing and delivering PBSA for over 24 years and have designed and delivered over 25,000 beds for various clients and operators. This experience means that we understand the nature of student room provision and the need to create innovative and relaxing space for residents. All the rooms that we're proposing on this development, as in Altus, have 1,200 wide or 4 foot wide beds. The study bedroom in the middle here, the study bed layout proposed is at 13.5 square metres and is a tried and tested layout employing the use of a high quality prefabricated bathroom pod, purpose-built furniture including a desk, wardrobe, high quality Antico vinyl floor finishes, USB sockets adjacent to the bedhead and above the desk, together with recessed LED lighting, and this all comes as standard. The cluster kitchen lounges on the left of this plan are generously sized at 28 square metres for a 6-bed cluster and 20 square metres for a 4-bed cluster. The storage arrangements include a base and a wall unit per student, together with a 4-ring induction hob, oven combination, microwave oven, worktop, sink and drainer, large fridge freezers accommodating 1 shelf and 1 freezer drawer per student. And there's a large table and chairs, 2 sofas and a coffee table for relaxing and watching the wall-mounted TV. The studios are 21 square metres and provide a very generous living space, including a high-quality prefabricated bathroom pod, a mini kitchen, including a 2-ring induction hob, oven, microwave, fridge with freezer compartment, worktops and sink. There's a breakfast bar, eating area, generous storage, and a desk and a wall-mounted TV. Cluster flat corridors and common lobby areas and staircases are carpeted. Next slide, please. Materiality. We've been through a very beneficial engagement process with the planning and design officers to reach agreement on the form of the current design solution, the fenestration and the materiality. A tall building in this location means that all elevations can be viewed from very different parts of the city, and the consistency of external treatment and materiality is therefore extremely important. Other materials and colours were considered, but from our discussions with officers, we all agreed that this building would be best represented in a smooth white metal cladding, preferably with a delicate shimmer in the finish to ensure brightness over time. The white cladding will also provide the greatest light reflectance to benefit the surrounding buildings. Fenestration and metal infill panels are proposed in a bronze finish similar to Altus House. We believe that this approach to colour, texture and alignment deals successfully with the transition of materials between the white metal cladding of White Rose View and the off-white concrete of Altus House. Following suggestions from officers, we're currently considering the introduction of moulded panels with more detail at the podium street level, which would add a richer texture and pattern and detail where most people will interact with the building. Reveal depths ensure appropriate levels of articulation and shadowing, and these have already been discussed with officers. The minimum reveal depth being 250 millimetres, similar to Altus House, and then up to 400 millimetres on the most prominent southwest elevation facing Merrion Way. Next slide, please. A rational programme for the elevational treatment was developed for the fenestration to maximise daylight into all rooms, and which has been developed to emphasise the slenderness and verticality of the building, giving full height windows to all rooms. The fenestration is defined by the internal functions with the different window types reflecting cluster rooms, kitchen lounges, studios and amenity spaces. As in Altus House, the windows are treated as continuous vertical elements separated by metal panels at floor levels to avoid potential staining from the window sills. Next slide, please. Decorative mesh panels provide an additional level of detail where full height opening lights are concealed behind. Next slide, please. These are a couple of our CGIs, but we can move on to some other ones further on, which are been professionally produced. Next slide, please. Thank you. And then the next slide. Regarding public realm, improvements to Townhouse Street together with the Alters House development promote the space as more pedestrian friendly. A new paved surface to the public realm surrounding the development is to be to an adoptable standard and reference nearby public realm schemes to improve and unify Merrion Way. New specimen trees will be provided for the Merrion Way frontage. Feature totems are very likely for wind mitigation baffles, including lighting within planters. Proposals for the podium adjacent to White Rose View include a pergola-type structure and allow for a softening of the western edge of the development, extending the greener character of Merrion Way into the site. Deliveries and drop-off to service the building are by using the new lay-by and Brunswick Street for more extended servicing, collecting bins, etc. All disabled bays on Towerhouse Street will be retained, and wind mitigation measures are under development at the moment following wind tunnel test earlier this week. There will be cycle parking for visitors at the front, and of course we're allowing for significant cycle parking inside the building. And 3 metre wide footways will be maintained around the development. Next slide, please. This is a street view of the base of the building, showing 3-storey high entrance porch. Please remember this is still early design stage and we've still a lot of work to do. Just to give you a sort of reasonable impression of the direction that we're heading at the moment. And then next slide, please, which shows sort of the context between the new White Rose View and the completed Alters House. And then just one more comment really from me at the moment. We appreciate that for the submission, verified views will be required. And although they're not available yet, we will be providing them from locations to be agreed with Tim. That's the end of our presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Matt. Can I ask if any members have any questions? Could that be taken off the screen? I can't see members. Thank you. Questions from members? Oh, Councillor Garthwaite, please.
Is the building in use as an office at the moment?
Probably best I answer that, Councillor. And yes, it is in use at the moment, although how actively used it's being used at these current times, I'm not too sure. Prior to the pandemic, it was about 40% occupied. And it was being actively marketed with limited interest in terms of individual units and floor spaces. As I say, I don't have the exact details of how the COVID-19 pandemic's affected that, but I can only think it's gone one way.
I see. I suppose the reason that I ask is that when we've approved similar developments of existing buildings in future that are either to be demolished or considerably done up and changed, there's often a time when the building ceases to be in use and is left empty. And that is a very problematic time for the city as a whole, because vandalism is incurred, criminal activity happens around the edges of it, street use and so on. It costs a lot to deal with, and more importantly represents a risk and a hazard to other people living in the near vicinity, passers-by and so on. So would you, if this is approved, would you be willing to board it up and basically take security measures to ensure that that doesn't happen if there's a period of time between the purchase of the building and the work starting on it?
Yeah, I would like to think so. I think Olympian have been delivering the scheme next door at Alters House over the past however many months, and it's likely that the same contracts will be used, so it'll be the same sort of level of security and addressing those sorts of concerns you've mentioned. I would also say that I think subject. Obviously, we've got a long way to go in terms of planning application and hopefully a positive outcome at the end of everything. But I think once the building's demolished, they would be moving to erect the new building on site fairly quickly. So the Olympian wouldn't be looking to leave this site as a vacant site following demolition. But obviously that's all to be sort of thrashed out down the line.
Thank you, Matt. Councillor Gruen. Peter, please.
Thank you, Chair. Well, a very impressive presentation. Thank you for that. I think colleagues will anticipate my question. I ask it nearly every meeting.
You do.
And Councillor Khan got in before me earlier on. I am genuinely anxious about the amount of student accommodation that is being brought forward and is still in the pipeline. Can you tell me what due diligence you have done, or what your experts tell you the result of the pandemic might be in terms of student numbers? I would guess that we might get a lot fewer overseas students. And I might guess that some students will stay in their native cities and perhaps even work from home. And there might be less demand than we had predicted. And I'd be really interested in your view, because you're going to invest a lot of money in this. So where do you think the future takes us?
Matt, can I just say something before you sort of answer that?
Fire away.
Councillor, something I had at the end of my notes, but I haven't said, is that what we did under the Altus House planning application, we provided a plan that showed how the building could be converted into residential if the student market was to fail. So that's something that obviously we'd certainly be doing as part of this planning application as well. And if I can just let Matt tell you a bit more about the student demand following that.
Okay, Matt.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I think just coming back on your point, Councillor, yes, I think obviously the students and university sector has been rocked a little bit to say the least, by the COVID pandemic. I would make the point that obviously this building would come online, all things going well, a few years down the line, when hopefully the dust has settled and we're not living in as these strange times we live in now. As Gary mentioned, there's spending a lot of money on this. There is future flexibility built into the scheme. I think if anything's we've learned over the last few months is that the built environment needs to be flexible in moving forward. I think generally on the Leeds market, and even if there's a reduction in demand, I still think the city's catching up with demand for purpose-built student accommodation. Especially over the last 5 years, the trend from moving from where students would spend 1 year in this sort of development and then move to the suburbs and live in places like Headingley, there's been a real shift there, and now spending 3 years in these types of developments. So I still think Leeds has got some catching up to do in terms of supply. But yeah, to answer your question, we are aware of that. Hopefully we'll be in less strange times down the line, but we have got future flexibility built into this scheme as well.
Could I just add that, Councillor, that using Altus House as an example, I mean, as Matt said, we would be 4 years down the line before completion on this project.
Okay, thanks for that.
I think the only reprise, if I may, is I have noted your convertibility and the flexibility, and I think that may well be a lesson for the market in general going forward.
Okay, it's a really good point, that, Peter, and a good response, but we have to take into consideration affordable housing should they move away from students, and officers clearly will have to give consideration to that. Caroline, please.
Just unmuting, Chair. Thank you. My question is about the room sizes, and particularly the studios. Would it be too complicated to bring that slide up where you were showing us the layout of the different rooms, please? Or if not, perhaps you could just talk us through again.
I think that can be done, yes.
think
Thank
it's
you.
slide 81, if that assists the. Let Gary talk.
There you go.
Yes, that's the one. So can you talk us through left to right, please, Gary?
Yes. On the left is the kitchen, the shared kitchen lounge for a cluster flat of 6 beds.
Yeah.
So that's a 28 square metre room that has obviously adequate cooking facilities, and as I explained, fridge freezers with a shelf and a freezer drawer per student. There's a dining table and chairs, a couple of sofas, wall-mounted TV, a double draining sink, and a combination microwave. So, I mean, we feel that it's a similar size to those in Alta's house, and we feel that that's, you know, a reasonably generous provision for that particular communal room. Do you want me to work my way across?
Yes, please. Middle one next.
Yes. The study bed, we've, I think, as we'd said in our sort of notes, that this is a pretty well tried and tested layout for study beds, and works very well. All the rooms have a 4-foot bed, not a single bed, so it's a generous, you know, a very small double bed, I suppose is the best way to put it. And they all come with a purpose-built bathroom pod. So the accommodation is, you know, very high quality. It's very robust. We could go back to look at some of the images of some of the schemes, you know, that we produced previously if you wanted to have a look at those. But the room, again, as I say, the room size is very similar to that that's going up in Alta's house at the moment. And then again, the studio, I think we're a similar size again on the studios at 21 square meters. And in the studio, you get furthest away from the door into the studio, the kitchenette, if you'd like to call it that, which has a sink, a fridge, a 2-ring hob, some storage. There's a small breakfast bar, a desk, and a wardrobe, and again a slightly sort of more generous pod in a way, in that you end up with a wider shower in the studio, so you get sort of a bit more space, a bit more for your money, and a table and chair as well. So
okay.
I don't think I agree with you that these plans don't perhaps show them in their best light. We'd normally produce 3D, you know, imagery of all this accommodation as part of the application, and it's something we'd expect perhaps to show you again before we submitted the application. So it's early days. We'd certainly be happy providing you more information on the appearance and the quality standard of these rooms.
Well, yes, thank you for that, because the report particularly points out schemes that have been already approved and their room size of their smallest studio. And it also points out that panel have been to visit some of the built out schemes in order to inform themselves about room sizes and what it feels like to be in those rooms in order to inform future decisions. And this is where I'm getting a bit stuck. Sorry if I sound vague, but we have been fairly recently, well, just before lockdown, one of our most recent visits was to a completed one, and I cannot just remember which one it was. Perhaps the presenting officer will remember. But I was in a room like the study bed with colleagues from the panel, and we were all in agreement it really wasn't a workable room, despite the fact it had already been approved and built out. I don't know whether any of my colleagues can remember that as well, but we did feel, despite the fact that there were shared areas elsewhere, that in that central room, or one that looked very much like that, we really didn't feel that not having any kind of easy seating at all was a disadvantage, really, because you don't always want to be seated with other people. There are times when you do, and there are times when those spaces that you've showed us photographs of or CGIs of, they look lovely and they're very welcoming and they're very useful to students. But actually, to only have privacy in a room where you can't have room to sit and just, you know, chill out and watch a television program on your own, I personally think is unacceptable. And certainly the colleagues who were standing in that room with me at the time did agree.
Thank you, Caroline. Yes, it was the one up at the top of Brigade, was it not? Yes, I remember it. Okay. Any more questions? Can we go on to comments then, please, from members? Any comments? Caroline. We should have stopped with you. And then Peter. When you're ready, Caroline, you're muted.
Sorry, that's because I forgot to unmute. Having said what I've just said, I'd now like to say that I think the scheme is very impressive, very well proportioned, apparently needed, and attractive in many ways, and would probably improve, I think, the street scene very much. And in all the respects except the matter I've just referred to, I think it's a good scheme.
Thanks, Caroline. Peter?
Well, I'm also very impressed. I think the presenters used the word elegant, and I agree with that. I think it will make a positive statement. Within that cluster of tall buildings, I think it'll look, it's very well placed.
Yep.
And the only slight anxiety I have, and we didn't cover it at all in the presentation, is the surrounding existing buildings, how they will feel is the wrong word, but how they will be situated when all these very tall buildings surround them. You know, the contrast may be good. On the other hand, it may be, they may think it's excessive, but I'm very much in favour of green lighting the scheme today. Let's get on with it and bring it back when it has more detail.
Thank you, Peter. Councillor Garthwaite, please.
Yes, I'm in favour of it. I think the points made about the need for more purpose-built student accommodation in the city centre and letting the current areas where there's a lot of students living revert to a more balanced population. Not necessarily no students, but young working people, families, older people generally is better in many, many ways. So I'm totally in favour of it. I like the scheme. I do agree with what Caroline said about that room. I was in that room with her and I thought it's not very nice if you want to just have one person in your room for coffee, that you both have to sit on the bed. You really should have, or else on a hard chair, a hard stool. You should have an alternative soft seating and room for that. It seems a bit miserable, but yes, I'm in favour of it.
Thank you. Neil, please.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it's in line with everyone else's comments. I think it's well designed, it's good presentations. I mean, a few concerns about the size of student accommodation, but there's an awful lot existing that are in a similar vein. I was pleased to see some thought going towards future-proofing. What if the dynamics of the student housing situation changes? And I think, whereas COVID is a caveats on me being usually wrong about these things, is a short to medium term problem. I was still pleased to looking towards that this might change in the long term and that it would be future proofing for looking at it as other types of housing. So yeah, all power to the rail below. Get on with it. Thanks, Chair.
Brilliant. I don't see any more questions unless I missed somebody. I've gone through it. Officers have provided us with a couple of questions, so can we go through that? And I'll take a silent for assent. If you disagree or want to comment, just jump in. Do members consider the loss of office accommodation and proposed use of the site for students' accommodation is acceptable in principle? I take silence as a yes. Subject to confirmation of detailed proposal, and this is where Caroline's comments come in, do members support the approach towards living conditions for the student accommodation? Yes, but we need some more information. Caroline raises a good point on it, and Councillor Garthwaite, but in general, yes. Yes?
Yes, but with some exceptions is what I would say.
Okay, I think that your message has been very clear to the developers. Do members consider that the proposed mass and form of the development and its relationship with the surrounding context is acceptable? And I think that's a definitely, oh yes. Yeah. Okay. With that, can I thank Gary and Matt for presenting a very good pre-app. I enjoyed it very much. Certainly in regarding the buildings, you're certainly on the right line. I look forward to see how it will further develop. And with that, it concludes the meeting. So can I thank you all for your attendance? And can I ask the clerk to turn off the webcam?